It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
We are live, are we? Is that working? That coming through? You'll have to let us know on there. I don't know why my chat's not working there. Is that good? Can everybody hear me? No. What's going on? Hello? Oh,
yeah, you sound fine on the YouTube.
Is it? None of me things, the settings are coming through. It says it's not. There's no sound. Oh, but that's good. Streamlabs must be acting up a little bit. Okay. Welcome, everybody. It is Tuesday. Logic. Welcome. We will later on be going over some formulation of an argument, but the beginning formulations of an argument. Good to hear your voice there, Emma. Liking that. So we're saying hello to you from the chat, so they obviously can hear you.
Yay! Hello, chat. No, nobody wants to hear me talking. Trust me.
Good evening, everybody. It is Logic Night, and we are going to be going over the formulation of an argument, like I say. But I think before we actually do that, it's well worth pointing out that logic is governed. It governs your entire way of thinking, and if you don't employ logic, then what is it that you are actually doing in order to process and use reasoning powers? If you're not employing a logical process, then what are you doing? Light has gone knackered. So yeah, as we're going through this, and we realise that most of us have been using this logic. Well, I think most of us realise that you have been using this logical process, and that's where the links are made. Once you start realising how all of this fits together within thought processes and everything, you formalize these simple thoughts into a more structured way of a framework for you to be able to use this rather than just sort of I don't know, like using reasoning, but without a formulation, a reason behind how the process is working. Be able to use this. Who's that? Got some feedback.
Good now, sorry.
No problem. I can hear myself, so it must be coming through okay.
Yeah, it was coming from YouTube. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the process that we're using in order to do this is logic. But I mean, what is logic? It's been taken from what it was. Well, it's been structured by people as a way of trying to explain things, and that particular way of trying to explain things might not fit with some people. I can remember SE at the beginning when we were going over the trivium, and that still seems like it's complicated in a way, but it's the basics of where you start from. So rather than trying to complicate it, I'm thinking we should be trying to simplify it. But that's a hard process to be able to do, I think. It seems like it's quite hard.
I still have a problem with it.
Yeah.
The time bit, yeah.
Yeah, the time within the quadrivium, you mean?
A quadrivium, yeah, that's
Yeah.
the only bit I see a problem with, the time bit, yeah.
Well, it comes down
Well,
to
not a problem.
the terms,
Maybe-
isn't it, of time?
Maybe I don't see it, yeah. If it's to do with that, that's not, that's not an issue. If it's to do like keeping the beat of the note and, that's not an issue with me.
Yeah. But I mean, what is time other than that? It's just a passage, isn't it, of these moments. And I think there's a lot of philosophical and trains of thought that I think Buster said one earlier. The idea that if you're thinking to the future or considering the past, you're missing the now.
Isn't that all there? Isn't it?
Yeah.
I would say that this is the same situation as density. You cannot have direct the measurement of time like density. You cannot physically measure density, only by proportion, volume over weight. So if time is measurement of motion, it means that you know that time exists because you measure motion by means of measuring motion. This is not direct. So it still doesn't answer question what time is, like it doesn't answer question what density is.
I don't go with that. You can't say that and then say, well, that means time exists because we use it to measure things. You know what I'm saying? That just doesn't. One doesn't lead to the other.
I know the problem because this is something you cannot say what it is, because definition is saying what it is, and we cannot define it directly. Same as density.
Yeah.
So
You can't really predicate upon it, can you?
Yeah, but can you predicate on density? I think you can.
no. How?
Yeah, how?
You can only predicate upon properties inside this proportion. So more weight and less volume, it means it is more dense. This is only way you can predicate on.
Yeah, but you have something to work with, right? You have something to work with. You
Yes,
have liquid. You have air. You know, what's time? What are you working with when you talk about time?
Measurement of time. Measurement of motion.
Yeah,
That's motion.
wouldn't density be a predication of the thing? You know, you would be saying something of, right? So there has to be something there for you to state the density of that thing. You can't really predicate upon the density.
Right. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
And like the similar with time. You could explain revolutions per minute or something like that. You know, a cycle, how long it takes for that cycle in repetitive motion. But you have to have time there to be able to do that.
Yes, so with the density, it would be analogy. This is not the same. Analogy only.
No, but do you really need to have time to have motion? Really?
Yes,
You
because
can't go to any other time than now, though. You can't go to the past. If you wait for the future and you get there, it's now again. So, you know, I understand what you guys are saying, but it's only now. We can't go in either direction. We have
They're
to
trying to quit. Somehow they're trying to get time into a thing. like
time
density.
within music, there has to be keeping time, right? In order to keep the rhythm or to keep the beat together. Now, how do you express that?
You're playing a note now. You're playing a note now. You're playing a note now. Now, you played those four notes within a certain period, and the spacing in between those periods is exactly the same.
Yeah.
But you know, time is inherent. We don't have to keep time when we're playing music. It comes through us. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but
No,
I'm with you. I'm with
you
you on
cannot
that, bro.
repeat the same note within the same exact time.
correct.
It has to
One
be
person
before
can.
and after.
Right.
Yeah, why
Absolutely.
would you want to do that? You'd want to go into fantasy, like superposition.
You could play the same note an octave difference. I mean, if you want to be specific.
Like, why would you even think of playing the note at the same time as another note? Doesn't
You
make
do it all.
sense.
You do it all. Not the same. Yeah, you do. You do it all the time. People play octaves all the time. They're the same note, but 8 steps apart.
No, but
No,
I'm
so
saying
it
at the
is not
same
the
time.
same.
At the same time,
You're
right?
right. Literally, it's not the
You
same.
cannot
paper.
play. You can play two notes at the same time, but you cannot play the same time at the same note at the same time.
Correct.
Yeah, but that doesn't bring or not, like it doesn't affirm or not affirm time. It's just a manner of, like, I don't know how.
Well, that's the way we phrase it. We call it timing. Maybe it's the wrong word, but it's just the spacing in between one event and the other.
Yeah, we call it that. Yeah, but it's when paper says time is a thing because we count. Now that doesn't work. Like, one doesn't mean the other.
Crazy, huh?
To me, I mean, that's just me.
No, I hear you.
One
I hear
person.
you. Yeah, I hear you.
But the trivium definitely does make sense. I mean, you can't argue that.
I think that's the idea of it, right? The idea was to give you the basics, to make stuff as simple as possible. But in doing that, there becomes a complexity that's I don't know. There's some really deep thinking in a straight line. So if that is shown as within, like, people, when you do music, I'm like, we've been talking to Buster a lot, and it's quite easy to show the relationship of these notes and the octave being a relationship of halves, and then the Fibonacci or the perfect fifth being a third relationship or 2/3. So there's a geometric relationship on that line. Now, how does that translate into the organ?
It translates not only into organ, but in any instrument, because it is. I think that the chord is good example, because Greeks used monochord. It was called monochord, so one string, to determine a numeric relationship. It means it was like straight line divided into, or section of straight line divided into
With a ratio.
Yes, with
Yeah.
with ratio. Yes. So if you divide any string into two, exactly into two equal parts, it means that this string will play octave higher, and octave higher, it means this will be twice as much frequency as it was. So if frequency for full monochord was, let's say, 1000 hertz, so
Right.
1000
Well,
beats.
in saying that, right, can we keep it with it in time, right? Because that's what this is, isn't it? This frequency is a pattern with a wave pattern, but that wave is shown as a geometric sort of movement, right, in time.
Yes,
Right, so
but
it's intrinsic into the formulation of how we hear, that there is a pattern that goes in time.
yes, so it is vibration because you are pulling the string and you are making the string vibrating, and medium is vibrating also. So air is vibrating. This is how sound is created. And the frequency of this vibration, it means how fast it is it is vibrating. So faster vibrating, the higher tone you hear. It is as higher tone. So and lower frequency you hear as lower tone. So
Yeah, but we can also use length and width and area to show a relationship between sound and geometry, like the length of a pipe in an organ, how wide
yes,
a bottle is when you blow into it, right? It makes a different sound, right?
Just think about that. You could take a whole note, break it down to quarter notes. You could break it down to eighth notes, 16ths, 30-second notes.
Yeah.
And you'll be playing those 32 notes within the same duration as that when you play that one whole note. And it's the same breakdown as you break down an inch on a ruler. It's breakdown in the segments. I mean, it's different between
yes.
time and length.
John, you are right. But speaking about notes, we are talking about arbitrary, let's say, convention. Because, for example, quarter note has duration, may have various duration.
Correct.
It is arbitrary to you or to composer to set this arbitrary value, and it is marked many times as metronomic measurement.
Correct.
So
Based on the tempo. Yeah.
yes,
So
like
let me
tempo.
ask you this. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I was talking about physical property, because if you have a string, so the length of the string does matter, because the longer string, the slower vibration. So
Correct.
it would make lower pitch, and but you can also make a lower voice by thickening this string, because thickening string will cause also slower vibration. That's why, for example, in guitar, lower bass strings are just thicker. They are not longer.
Yeah,
They
you're
are
saying what I
thicker.
just said, but you're taking a whole lot longer to say it. Yeah.
Yes, because of this is relationship, because between thickness and length. You can do it by in two ways. You can given a string, you can make it longer and it will vibrate slower, or instead of that, to have the same effect, you can make it thicker, this string.
Is
And
that
it
work
will-
for
So
the
what does that
pipes of
have
the
to do with
organ
time?
then?
Yes, because
Yeah.
because you may have wider pipe or more slim pipe, so it will produce different pitch.
Yeah.
But of course, length of the pipe also. Yes, so you can make it in both ways, by thickening or widening pipe, or make it longer. And for example, in pipe organ, the standard measure or reference point is 8 foot or 8 feet, and this is marked as normal feet in let's say British measurement. This is comma. So you have 8 comma. It means 8 feet or 8 foot.
Well, I've seen pipes longer than 8 feet.
Yes, but this is standard measurement, of course. So it indicates only that the key you are playing, for example, note C, with given C1 on keyboard. So it means that you are playing, if you are playing organ, you are playing 8 foot pipes. Because you can play 4 foot pipes playing the same note, but it would play octave higher. Or if you are playing pipe with 2 feet, you are playing just the same key as basic, as 8 foot. But if you are playing this pipe 2 feet of wood, it would produce 2 octaves higher sound. But this is just systematic or standardization, how to name pipes and length. But they are referring to basic length of pipe producing. I can't remember. It is referred to some pipe, maybe C1 or something like that. I can't remember now, but it
Can we help
refers to
SE out with this wave?
And are the diameters the same on all the pipes? Just the lengths are different?
both.
Both?
Like that's why I was referring to string. You can
Right.
make a string thicker, and you can make a string longer. So the same applies to pipes. You can make shorter, not very short, but just shorter pipe, but wider, and it would play lower tone. And you can make this pipe more slim. And
What's
it
the
would-
vibration though? Within the pipe, because it's easy to understand the string.
Yes.
Where is it
vibrating
within the
is-
pipe?
you
Is
are
it the
causing-
entire pipe?
Is that
You
where
are
the slit is in the pipe?
by movement of the air, you are creating a pipe resonance. Pipe is resonating
Yeah.
to moving air.
It is
And
the
it-
actual pipe.
Yes,
Yeah.
actual pipe. Yes, of course.
Right,
It's
so-
always movement of the air and resonating of the material.
So
like
the-
string.
Is it the air within the pipe that's making the pipe resonate, which is then making the air on the outside of the pipe, the bit that we hear? Is it the air that's making the vibration to make the sound that we hear?
Yes, but not air itself.
Yeah.
Because if you are not playing, the air inside pipe still exists, but it is not moving.
So
have
if you
to
put your
create-
hand on the pipe, would it muffle the sound, you're saying?
It's like playing flute.
Okay.
So you have to blow pipe.
Yeah.
So you have to create movement with a certain pressure to create resonance of the pipe or
You're-
of the flute.
You're saying the pipe itself vibrates. So if someone put their hand
No,
on
no,
the
no.
pipe,
No, it
No?
doesn't not self, of course not. You have to produce that, like in flute. You have to
Ah.
blow.
so it's forming the shape of the air going through it, is what you're saying, producing the sound, basically.
Yes, somehow yes. I am not very.
that's
I am not
interesting.
expert in that kind of this physics
Okay.
of producing sound, but I know just basic. So you are producing sound by moving air, and this moving air with a certain pressure you are just creating resonance of the pipe. And this resonance, it means that this pipe is starting to resonate and vibrating, and this is producing sound because this vibrating pipe is spreading this vibration through air outside of pipe. So that's how sound is produced.
Interesting.
Yeah,
But
it's-
back into time, yes, frequency is linked with time because we have something between.
So is the pressure through each pipe the same, or is that different as well?
It is there are various pipes. They are produced in many ways in the same organ. You have different types of pipes. Even sometimes, for example, if you have a reed pipe, inside pipe you have something that it is called, I'm not certain how in English it is called, but this is in Polish it is called tongue. You have tongue inside, and the air incoming into pipe is just moving this tongue inside, and this tongue is heating this brass inside pipe, and then and that way it is produced very loud and aggressive tone, like in trumpet tone, or a pipe like, or gloom horn, or whatever. This reed pipe,
Like
very
a
loud.
saxophone type thing, yeah.
So there are many ways how to produce, but still you need air, moving air with a certain pressure. So you need wind chests, and with proper pressure. So you have to produce proper pressure, not only just pressure. For different kinds of pipes, there are different pressures needed. So in one organ you have many wind chests and many different ways to obtain proper pressure for the wind.
What do they use to produce the pressure in these organs? It's not a bellows type thing, is it?
Now the just engine is producing this.
Okay.
But back in the day, I don't know the English word for that, but there were persons called calicants. They were just moving this bag with air back and forth, in
Like a
all
bellows.
organ.
Yeah.
Yes, like pedaling or moving by hand. So yes.
I'm
But
trying to see the relationship, right? Trying to, in a simple way, to, because the piano, I'm taking it, that is like a stringed instrument, isn't it?
yes, of
Yep.
course.
Right.
This
So
is-
the piano's string, but the organ is wind, and with the string makes the vibration, and that's within a box, and that box amplifies the sound, right? Piano, guitar, all of that sort of stuff. Well, the organ, does that sound and the vibration come within the tube? So you are making the air vibrate directly. And then that's the sound that you hear. Whereas with the guitar, you are flexing the, say, that, because
string,
I'm
yes.
trying to see the relationship, because you said the other day that the actual church, the building that it's in, becomes the sound box. So
Yes,
that's
yes.
another, right? So these buildings were the amplification of what you did with the organ, right? You're playing the organ, but then that building that was normally on the top of hills or whatever would then be sending that sound out.
Not very much out, because outside of the church you can barely hear, but the goal is to be inside to hear. You are inside this resonance box, unlikely with the guitar, because instruments like guitars, violins, all string instruments have to have this resonating box near, not inside, because it would be unplayable, I think. But they have this box, and the hole in guitar is where you are pulling the strings, just to make this vibration go inside to into the box to amplify guitar.
Yeah.
Without this resonating box, you will barely hear anything. So this is very it's most important thing in instrument. This resonating box. Without it, it would be completely dull, the sound of the string.
And the material it's produced with.
Yes, that's why the famous producers of these boxes were very rich, like Stradivarius, for example, which because the art of making violin was not by making strings, but making resonating boxes. So the better box, the better sound, because
question about it.
material of this wood, for example, specifically prepared, was counted with that was counted that this
Hello.
type of wood prepared in this way will produce that kind of harmonics, for example, better harmonics or more sound harmonics. So this sound of the violin would be more rich. So, but I am not specialist in that kind of matter, like violins. But yes, this it was important always, because you cannot have a really sound without resonance. You have to have resonance. So in a vacuum, for example, there is no sound. Or if it is thin air, the sound is propagating worse. Or if it is very humid, it is propagating not very good, and the sound may be more dull.
I
Because
thought sound traveled better through water.
no.
No?
It is lower frequencies, yes, because they are they have to be they have to have more amplitude. To produce lower sound, you have to have more pressure. But the higher harmonics are just diminished. So in water, you have impression that you are attacked by lower frequencies in an unusual way, but you are losing higher frequencies, because water, I think inertia of water is just canceling higher
You
frequencies.
can't get it to vibrate quick enough, probably.
Yes. So
Yes.
maybe it something will sound louder, but always dull.
So back to the time thing. Oh, SE's gone. Obviously didn't. But the idea of the wave and the pattern that the timing of these waves make is what develops the sound, and the sound can be directly related to both the geometric length of the string or whatever that's making it, and the time that takes to cycle. That's
Yes. So
Yeah.
the string or something material is a necessary antecedent to produce sound. But string existence of the string mm, does not give you a sound. You have to do something with that string. So you have to pull. So you have to move. So sound is connected to motion always. No motion, no sound. So and motion is because I stick to this Aristotle's definition of time, which is not direct definition, but motion you can measure motion of the string. You can measure amplitude of the sound, how loud
Hello.
it is, and you can measure how long it is, and how higher or
Hello.
lower pitch. And higher or lower pitch gives you answer that this is lower or higher frequency. And a higher and or lower frequency means that for higher frequency, it means that this vibration is faster. So faster movement or slower movement of vibrations. And we know that, for example, that this is connected with the speed, because we can observe this phenomenon called how it is called. When a car is incoming, his pitch is going higher, and when the car is leaving you, and you are behind, the pitch is going lower. I just
The Doppler effect.
oh yes, Doppler effect. Yes, so
Oh, yeah.
Doppler effect proves that the speed of frequencies or just vibrations affect the pitch, because we can hear that in this Doppler effect with cars. So we know that if car is incoming to us, so he is making sound, this car engine, and because he is moving fast to us, he is he is producing a higher pitch. But when he is leaving us behind, the sound is incoming is lower and lower. So because he is farther and farther away from us, so it makes this time of incoming sound longer, because he is moving
Just so
fast
you know,
away.
they're following.
So yes, it is. I cannot explain this without time. So it is time. It is involved in that. It cannot be without time. I cannot
You know, the
imagine.
horns going.
But still, I don't know what time is by definition, because because this is not physical thing, and this is related to phenomenon like motion. So this I don't know. Maybe better to say that time is phenomenon, but it can be described only by another phenomenon, like motion. I don't know, but still, I cannot say what time is directly, like density.
Yeah. How do you describe it? But I think music would have to be the way to describe time. I don't know how else you would be able to explain it. I suppose you could explain it. I don't know. Like it's a pity SE's not here now.
I can only say that time has to exist because we have a causation, and cause is always before the effect. So if we have
But like,
a
are you
cause which is before
just
and effect which is after, so this is our grasp of time,
They're behind us
what
again.
time would be, because it is some gap between cause and effect. And this gap, what it is, this gap? I would say that this is just time between, for example, if our clock is ticking, seconds, tick, tick, tick. So between these ticks, we have some space, but this is not physical space where things are, but space between two phenomenons, these ticks. So it would be just like space, but not really space. So I don't want to go into space-time bullshit. So, but this is like space, but not between objects, but between phenomenons. For me, this would be time. But still, I cannot explain time without motion. So I don't know what it is, but I know that I can detect it by means of motion.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, that's I don't know how we ended up there with that. Got into a time thing within. Look at J-Ro in the chat there. It's all due to the time is the speed, the length of the wave. That's what I was hoping to get to. See, it's like that. The length of the wave can be a thing to use within your proportions to be able to say, because within music what you do is you set one string, don't you, to the one, and you say we're going to call this one, and then the other strings have a different relationship to them, either the thickness of the string or whatever, but then you divide that one up into different parts, and they have a relationship between them, but that relationship is directly relatable to these wave, and you know how they
Yes,
combine together when you hear different ones, and how well they match.
yes. So if we have string with given with given length, like for example 1 meter or whatever. So it depends also on the thickness of the string, but it produces some sound, some pitch, some frequency, some given frequency. And this is your absolute measurement of frequency. But what you are doing with this string, the outcome will be related to this length. So if you divide this length, whatever it is, into 2 equal parts, it will produce twice higher frequency. Always. This is the rule. This is the law, physical law. So it is strictly related. So I would say that this is the law because it applies always. You cannot have exceptions from that. So it is linked with geometry because in geometry, yes, you have a proportion between length. So it would be a geometrical relationship, length of the string, which is a straight line.
Well, when you on a guitar, when you set the low E string, when you get it to tune, you have to move up 5 frets to set the same tone for the next string up, the A string. So that's that's a fourth, right? Because A is the fourth of E. What does that mean? So I guess if you're going up to 5 frets, you're equaling the pitch of the string next to it at its full length. Or whatever that length would be after the 5th fret, I don't know. I'd have to measure it. So, but that's how it basically works.
You know, you have different strings in guitar because they cannot be from the same material. Because if you have 2 identical strings and you will try to pitch them in, for example, 5th or 4th, it would mean that you have to stretch one of them much more than this another. So it is not very good way to temper the strings because using the same kind of string would mean that the one would be nearly loose and the nearest one would be very much stretched. So it would be inconvenient. So that's why all strings are generally different. They are differ with thickness to avoid this stretching too much the strings.
Okay, the thickness on a low E string is 53 thousandths. The A string is 42 thousandths. There's 11 thousandths difference in the thickness between the E string and the A string. And 10,000 difference between the A and the D, 8,000 difference between the D and the G, 8,000 difference between the G and the B, and 4,000 difference between the B and the E.
And you are talking about thousands of what?
I'm talking about the diameter of the string.
Oh yes, so I am not a specialist in that kind of. I don't know standards in guitar strings.
I'm just trying to, demonstrate the difference in thicknesses.
Yes,
between
yes,
the strings.
because otherwise you would have to stretch the same string and in many different ways. And I think if you would like to temper the same string like octave higher, it would may break just it. So this is impractical. That's why in this musical industry they are using just thicker strings to avoid this stretching too much.
I've done that, putting new strings on my guitar and went past the octave and tried to get to the next one and pop. Yeah, that I've done that.
Yes. Yes. And endurance of material matters
Mm.
here. Yes. But you are producing sound not by stretching the because you are tempering generally tempering the string, but while you are playing you are just doing what these Greeks were doing with monochord. So you are just you can catch the string in the half and pull one of the half of the string to produce sound, and the sound would be octave higher than without blocking the string. So you have this how it is drift in the guitar, and you have these bars there to make the string shorter. So this is how you are playing notes. You are just making the string shorter or longer. So that's
when you say temper and tempering, the only thing I can think of is I think they do that to chocolate. They set it right in order, for it to match a certain temperature. Now, is that what you're doing? You're setting all of the strings to 1. Is that what you mean by tempering? Temper.
It means that you are setting to certain set of pitches. So in guitar, for example, you have to have certain frequencies to, for example, A, E, G, and what was and C. I don't know. For example, violins were tempered with on in fifth. So we have D, A, E, and what, and H. Sometimes is different. So you have specific notes given without pressing the string. So I would say that Booster would give you better description how strings are tempered. But to temper the string, you have to just stretch it to certain position to produce that kind of sound. So you are of course tempering one string to another, because between strings, if you have fifths, it means that between them it has to be given proportion.
When you speak of tempering, you're talking about hardness, right?
No, I am not.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Tempering instrument. It is setting up the frequencies.
Yeah, but wouldn't the hardness of the string dictate the amount of stretch it would have?
Yes, 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 yes. Of course, if you stretch the string more, it is more hard to pull. Yes, of course. But you are the same way. You are tempering, not the same way, but the same effect is when you are tempering, for example, pipes in organ. So, but you cannot temper them as easily as in guitar. So, but still, it is tempering instrument to produce not false sound. So, if you are, for example, you are tempering two pipes, one, for example, C1 and the second C2, so it would be octave. So you have to temper them to each other to produce this octave, perfect pure octave. So that this is tempering, because otherwise they would play false or whatever, and sometimes they are going off of temper because of humidity or yes, generally humidity versus temperature in the room or whatever. So they are going off temper, and you have to temper them again. So
So, how would the tempering of like metal and chocolate, how does that relate to the tempering of music? Because there's got to relate within Pythagoras's hammers, right? Within the tempering of the steel, there has to be a relationship of the what he said about the, is it the weight of the hammers?
if you, I think this tempering has nothing to do with temperature, like hot and cold. I would I will try with my dictionary, because it is maybe I'm using wrong word in English, but I think it is called temperament. But I will search for better description, because you are just pitching the string or pipe to sound at this concrete frequency in relation to other pipe, because they have to produce consonant. So if you have two pipes, for example, you want to have octave, so you have to temper them to each other, because to produce exact pure octave without falsity. And human ear can easily distinct between pure octave, for example. If this is pure interval, you can easily distinct between false and purely tempered octave.
In the
So,
dictionary, temper means to bring to a specific consistency, texture, hardness, or other physical condition by or as by blending, admixture, kneading, or the like. To harden or strengthen, toughen.
yes, but I know that this word in English exists, because, for example, there is expression like equal temperament. It means that the strings, for example, in piano are tempered equally. So, and it is called equal temperament.
Correct.
Like
Yeah, I get that.
I will search for better word.
Yeah, no, that's what Buster was saying. I was just, it's the first time I've ever heard that tempered relating to music. It's always been with either metal or, you know, some sort of making something, I don't know, like it's something that I've never really thought of before.
How did he use it in
Okay,
musical terms?
it is so other words, tuning or
Yeah.
harmonize. But this is yes, this is it gives you in effect tuned instrument, and it will also in music use the word temperament. So tempered, well tempered instrument. It means a well tuned instrument.
I honestly never heard that term used. I haven't been around as long as Buster in the musical area, so learn something every day.
Well,
Okay, so I can see that now in dictionary that yes, in English is more tuning, but still is this expression temperament mm, exist because, for example, in my church I have electronic organ when I can change temperaments, and this is called temperament. So you can have equal temperament or mesotonic and temperament or Pythagorean temperament, for example, like old temperaments. And yes, you can say that this is tuning also, but this inside music, this expression exists like temperament.
yeah, it makes sense now, right? Because what they said when I've been researching it, and they were doing the Pythagorean when he was setting this up, supposedly, he noticed that when hammers were striking anvils, that they made a certain tone or whatever, they make a certain sound. Well, that sound is directly relatable when you halve the weight of the hammer. That, you know, like this relationship that you have with the string and halving the string, well, that works within the hammers on the anvils. So that's supposedly how he worked that out. You know, geometrically, he wanted to make a geometric link between something that he see, like it's a scientific method, right? You hear a phenomena, you see whatever, and you want to be able to relate that somehow. And Pythagoras would, well, he did relate it to ratios.
Yes, yes, and this is so yes, hammer, whatever. So I was talking about bottles, and if you mm, hit the bottle with your spoon, it will produce some kind of sound with a certain pitch. But if you fill this bottle with water, it means it would be more heavy and more dense as an object, and it will produce, of course, more dual, but always lower pitch also. So it applies to everything. So this is just general rule that if you have more heavy object or larger object, it will vibrate slower. so it would produce a lower sound. So to have lower sound, you have two ways: to make it thicker, or just larger, or longer. So it means also larger, because longer is larger. So I think it is strictly related with inertia of the material or object. Bigger objects are vibrating slower because they have more inertia. So they have more resistance to movement. You have to pull thicker and longer string. You have to pull with more strength than thin one, and longer, yes. Also, if you have longer string, you also need to pull it more strong, and it will produce lower sound. So it is strict relationship. Never works otherwise. Always the same. By the way, I didn't know this example with hammers and anvils.
Nice.
Or maybe I just didn't remember, but I think I didn't know that. But it is in strict correlation with what I said. So yes, that this is a physical property of given material.
Nice. So yeah, I mean that's what we've been doing recently with Pythagoras and Pythagorean relationships, but it's geometric relationships within the sound.
You reminded me something if you mentioned name Pythagoras, because it is known, as I said, this Pythagorean temperament. This is purest temperament you can have, but to obtain pure temperament of certain notes or certain intervals, you have to sacrifice something, because for example, if you are tempering or tuning, for example, piano, if you are going from the lowest C and you are tuning by fifths, always in piano or in organ, they are tuned in fifths. So you have C, then G, then D, then A, then E, then H, or B in English. B, this white note. In German, it is black key. So then you go with fifth, and you will land in 12th cycle. You will land in C, very high C. You will make this circle. But the problem is that this C, the highest, will be not tuned with this lowest. And this difference between these two octaves, which are not octaves, is called Pythagorean comma. So that's why you cannot purely temper or tune organ, for example, to play with pure intervals in all scales. I will maybe sometime I will explain it with, for example, like screen sharing because it is, I think, too abstractive. I am not sure if someone is getting what I am saying, what I am talking about, but it can be shown. For example, if you have keyboard and I could show on keyboard how it works, but this is a well-known thing, this Pythagorean comma, this problem, unresolved problem in music till nowadays. So the one solution which is not very good, but it works now, it is called equal temperament. It is used, but in fact this is equal untemperament, because you have to detune nearly all intervals to keep just octave pure. So you are sacrificing other intervals. So in modern music, what we are hearing in music, like for example, playing chord like like C, E, G, this major chord or chord, accord. So it is major accord. This is pure third, major third, and pure fifth. But in modern music, this is not pure. It is sacrificed. So we are not listening to pure intervals nowadays. And maybe sometime I would show how it works. Pure intervals versus not pure intervals.
What do you mean? They're sharpening or flattening these intervals?
Yes. So you have to obtain pure octave or octaves. For example, in the piano, you have to sacrifice while tuning. You have to sacrifice this fifth. So this fifth is detuned by certain comma, certain tiny comma to tune whole piano to obtain pure octaves. So you have pure octaves, but all fifths are detuned. So in fact, in a final effect, you have only one pure interval in piano or in instruments nowadays. It is octave. The others are sacrificed, are not these intervals as they were back in the day.
Wow,
That's
first time I'm hearing that paper. That's interesting.
I haven't got this organ in my home. I only have this organ where I can change this temperament for old, so-called old temperaments. There are many, and then I can show difference between the same, for example, major accord, which in the notes looks the same, but on different instruments and different temperaments, it would sound completely different.
Wow.
Yeah, John, we've been going over, not in the live shows, but in the in the chats that we have, of this relationship of the straight line within the geometry of the guitar and the string within the piano, and then the difference between like a violin, for instance, and the organ, where each of these different things are tuned or tempered in a certain way. Like the violin has a string. Is it called an open string?
Yeah.
Right. Well, the violin doesn't have any frets, whereas
Right.
the guitar has frets. Now, I think what Paper's saying is they stretch each of these notes because originally Pythagoras wanted to explain these notes and the harmonics of these within geometry. And that's all well and good when you halve things and then you do thirds. But when you try and translate that into an octave and the unit, with the repeat being at the end, it doesn't quite fit. Just like pi is a number that can't actually be reached. In a similar way, there is a relationship within music that leaves this like a bad note, or it's something that's not quite in tune at the end of the cycle. So in the past, they would have just not used it. But in order for them to get around what they, the full cycle of the octave, they stretched each of these notes, if you will, to make them fit within the ratio. They learned to hear slightly off music, off, I don't know, not perfect notes, whereas the geometry, I think, would that be right, Paper? The way Pythagoras set it up with the perfect ratios, it doesn't work within the cycle, but that is what is considered as perfect. So now the perfect fifth isn't quite perfect.
Yes, this is the sacrifice. But back in the day, they resolved this problem that they detuned this fifth, but not all fifths. So some they were detuned and some they were not. In effect, you could play in some scales, for example, C major, D major, D minor, but not, for example, on these black keys. So because they put this as much of this comma to black keys. So there were just scales that they were not used. For example, if you started with F sharp, or in German Fis, this scale was not usable because you have the worst fifth there, and this was called wolf fifth. So not audible. It is hard to say, but if I would have some opportunity to demonstrate it, it is obvious to just to compare normal fifth and this wolf fifth.
Yeah, I class that as the tone that you hear at the end of like the old BBC broadcasts when they used to shut it down. They used to have that end of broadcast tone, and it sounds like the wolf to me. It's meant to it's meant to be unpleasant, isn't it?
Yes, of course. So it was not usable. It was even forbidden. So because it doesn't produce music. Yes, it does produce sound, but not musical sound. So there are, but they back in the day they used some larger and smaller intervals, and they used this inequality of temperaments. It was used in music, so it means that you could play in some scales, not all, because some of them were not usable because of this comma, but many of them were still usable, and it produced a very interesting effect that if you were playing the same, for example, song, but on different scale, it sounded differently. Not bad, but just slightly differently. So, for example, if you are playing a song in C major, so normal C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. So if you play from G, so your starting point would be not C, but G, it would, of course, sound higher because it is fifth higher, but not only higher, but slightly different in color, let's say. So different scales had different colors, so to speak, back in the day. Now it is always equal temperament and always uniformization, equalization, everything. Bad thing. I don't like it. That's why I like very much old music, and there are many recordings in organ, and not only in organ, but in harpsichord and all old instruments. They are tuned in old temperaments, so it sounds differently. Yes, definitely.
Buster's here. Yeah, so I was thinking that if Pythagoras did that and found that, I don't know what you call it.
It is like this comma, this Pythagorean comma is like error, error in nature. I don't know how to spell it, but this is some kind of imperfection, because you would expect that this 12 fifths you are making, and you are landing at the same tone, and you are making this cycle, but you are not landing at the expected spot. So this kind of surprise, and I don't think that anyone can explain why it works in that way. That if you are producing perfect fifths, you are landing in not perfect octave in 12 movement, because you need to have 12 jumps to land in the same tone. So if you are starting with C and you are going with fifths, after 12 fifths you will land on C again, this high C, but in fact it would be not high C, it would be higher. I don't know why, and I don't know if anyone know why.
That's the thing about geometry and the pi, isn't it?
Some kind of mystery, yes, here.
Whereas this one isn't really related to numbers. This one's more related to the ratio. Because that's what you're trying to do, isn't it? You're trying to relate everything to this one, the unit one. But that's becomes a circle. somehow. I've not quite understood yet where the chords, right? As far as I understand, the chord is a relationship of the diameter, the largest chord that you can have within a circle. And it's the proportions of these chords that lie within the music. I can't quite work out yet how the circle relates to it. I mean, it's easy to see within the pipes of an organ where the circle is there. It's within the pipe, right? And it's also within the string of the instrument, but I don't know whether you look at it the same.
Has Buster brought up the circle of fifths yet?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That's sort of what we're talking about, isn't it? It's how to relate all of these things together within all of the different minds that we have here. Fascinating stuff. But I think within pi being not attainable within number, but it is attainable within the ratio, or pi is a ratio. And that ratio has to translate to the chords within music somehow. And because you can never find the actual numerical value related to pi, it would make sense that that translates into music within these chords. That, to me anyway, that's the reason why there's this end note that doesn't quite work. I mean, I've got no idea of how music works, but is there any way that you can combine that, Wolf, with anything else to make something? Or is once that note is played, it like sort of ruins everything? Not ruins it, but in the old stories where it was banned because it made a disharmony. It, you know, within people as well. You know, it made people angry, and
it sounds awful. Just unmusical. So
you talking about the seventh in the harmonic scale, like in the C, the BDF? Is that what you're talking about?
There is other story. This Wolf fifth is because of temperament, but in music, even if you have, for example, modern equal temperament, normal, let's say, for me it is not normal, just like new normal. So there is interval in every scale. You have this, like between keys F and B or H in German. So this white, it is called this is how it is called in English. This is fourth enlarged fourth. I don't know how to spell it in English, because it is between 4 and 5th. So
you're talking about between the B and C and the E and F, right?
This is it is maybe it is called three-tone.
Okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So it is very bad sounding combination, and back in the day it was forbidden.
You're talking about the devil's tone, right?
Yes, devil in music. It was called devil in music. This interval was forbidden.
Tritone.
It sounds badly, but in accord now you can use it. You can cover with other sounds, and it does not sound so awful. But in monodic music, when you are trying sing this this interval, it is hard to sing, and it sounds unpleasant. So, yes,
Well,
it was
you
called.
say they hide it nowadays. Is it?
It means that no, I am saying that you can use that. It is usable uh, mm, in modern and not even in modern. In this, for example, in 17th century, it was already used, but not as pure interval in singing. It was used in instrumental music, not in vocal music.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that you call it a tone or something. Well, I don't know, but
Tritone.
it hurts. It causes pain, but it causes disharmony, and it made people change their attitude, their being, and that's the reason why it was banned, right? It was forbidden because it made people angry, right? Not just
Jimi
because it
Hendrix
sounds
used
bad.
a
I mean,
lot.
that's no reason to ban it because it sounds bad.
Yes, but generally in music we have consonances and dissonances. So in medieval times or in ancient times, they were just avoiding dissonances uh, in all means. So they just were trying to keep only consonants as in singing or in playing, but from like 16th century, they started, especially in instrumental music, they started to use dissonances also. And they were creating this tension between consonance and dissonance. So there were some rules that you can have dissonance, but this dissonance have to be resolved into consonance, like a happy end in the film. You have can have a crime story, but it has to end with happy end, because audience would be unhappy to leave the cinema with bad mood.
Yeah.
So in music was the same. If you have some tension and some dissonance, it has to be resolved. You cannot end, for example, this piece of music with a dissonance. You have to end with consonants, and there were certain ways to resolve dissonances, very strict ways, harmonic ways. This is whole science of harmony, how to solve dissonances in consonances in specific way, in polyphony, because you cannot move this sound into that just as you like it. You have to obey rules. In music there were strict rules which were obeyed very strictly, and strict forms of music like fugue or ostinato or variations. They were strictly formed music forms. So, like fugue or canon. So, yes. Music is very, very strict science. Was. I don't know what is going on with music now,
That-
but
Yeah.
That tritone you're talking about, Bev, in music, it's the interval encompassed by 3 consecutive whole steps. As for instance, the distance between F to B, the whole steps F, G, G, A, A, B. In semitone notation, the tritone is composed of 6 semitones, thus divides the octaves symmetrically in equal halves.
yes, yes.
But that's nowadays with the equal temperament, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yes, yes, but still, this interval is bad.
Yeah.
Taking it as in singing. So if you are just playing a song and you are composing a song, it is highly not recommended to use that interval in songs. But of course, they are sometimes, because the rules are not very strict now. But back in the day, yes, it was not. It was forbidden, but for a reason, because taking it separately, this interval is just not sounding good.
Whereas
It's
all
just-
of the other ones were considered perfect.
Not perfect, but better. So we have generally we have consonances, as I said, and this gradation of purity of consonants, it was gradual. So the best consonants you can have is unison, the same tone, directly the same tone, the same pitch. So two voices, for example, me and you singing the same exact tone. This is called unison. This is perfect consonance. Next to it is, of course, octave. We are singing the same note, like C1 and C2, octave higher. So it is also perfect consonance. Next was fifth, of course, which always was considered as perfect consonance. Next is fourth, but not always. Back in ancient times and in Middle Ages, it was not considered as perfect consonance as fifth. So fourth, not very much, but it changed with time. So, for example, in 16th century, it was considered as consonants also. And then we have quite not perfect consonants like thirds, big or large, major third and minor third. So in till 16th century, it was not considered as consonant at all. So in instrumental music or vocal music, you will not end with this major accord, which is normal nowadays, that we are playing accords. Yes, but back in the day, only octaves and fifths. So without third, you could not end a piece of music with dissonance, of course. So you could not end with a third. So this were accords without third. which sounds very old.
How many different sounds are there within music?
What do you mean, sounds?
You know, you have your major, right, sound?
Oh, yes. So, yes, you have different intervals. So,
How many different sounds are there in music?
generally speaking, all combination, if you have scale, like, for example, C major, so you can produce diatonic.
Right. But
Diatonic.
actuality, there are only three sounds: major, minor, and dominant.
Major, it is about accord. You have to have accord. So, for example, C, E, G. Yes, normal accord you have. So it is major. This is type of accords. You are talking about types of accords. So this normal accord within the scale is produced from three sounds. So third and third. You are overlapping 2/3 from C to E. This is first third. And the second is from E to G. And the first, counting from down, is major third, and the second from E to G is minor third. And if you have this order, you hear this accord as major. It means that
But all those sounds, like you have your major seventh, and all that, and then all those different chords all fall within those three different categories: major, minor, or dominant. There's really no other category within music. When I first learned that, I kind of freaked out because I was thinking there's all kinds of sounds in music, right? But actually, they all fall within the major, the minor, or the dominant.
dominant.
Dominant,
Yes, I know dominant, but this is a term used in harmonics functions. So dominant is just an accord, which is how to say that. It is not absolute naming, because dominant is just function. The
Right.
fifth, this is fifth tone on the scale. So in C major, from C to G is fifth. So G is dominant in this scale. But
Right.
if you have different scale from, for example, from G, you can start from G. So you have a scale G major. So your G is not dominant anymore.
No, your D is. Yeah.
This is first tone. I don't know how tonic or tone.
You're talking about modes, like the Ionian, mode, and are you talking about that sort of thing?
This you are talking about scales. Yes, the modes of scales. Yes, but they are these are old Greek or church scales. So because church adapted these Greek scales. Not only church, it would widely used these old scales, Greek scales, but from like 17th century, they moved into major, minor scales. So it's different, but speaking about back to consonants and dissonance, so you have accord like major and minor, and till 16th century it was considered as not consonant but in instrumental music from like 17th century. The third big, large, major third was considered as consonant, and minor third was not considered as consonant. So, for example, if you had a piece of music like prelude or fugue in minor scale, you could not end this fugue or prelude or whatever in minor. You would end in major. So, for example, if you have a piece of music in C minor in this scale, you would have to end with an accord of C major, not minor, because you cannot end with dissonance. Now it's all equalized. So if you are ending music, piece of music in minor, you are ending in minor accord. So yes, that's it. Maybe sometime I would explain, but I think for let's say educational purposes, it's better to show something on the screen, because it's better to visualize something. Some things have to be visualized to understand them, to compare with our vision. Something we cannot hear, we can compare to our sight sense and make analogy. So it would be better to understand that, maybe someday.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're after. We're after trying to find the best way to describe or to try to understand what's going on. And I'm with you. There is a visual explanation, but that seems to be very geometrical. The visualization of it. But you have to be able to hear it too. And unfortunately, I don't think I have the ear for this sort of thing.
It can be trained. People think that they are musically unmusical because of hearing, but it is many times it is not true. It is some psychological effect that, for example, if someone is not tuned for example, with singing, and but someone is hearing that he is falsing, he is singing false, it is a good sign that because he is hearing that he is falsing. So it means that he has problems with his voice, with coordination, his muscles, throat muscles, or whatever, this apparatus of speaking and singing, more than with hearing. But ear can be trained also. Musical hearing can be trained. So even if someone is dumb and he is not into music because he says that he cannot hear anything, it can be trained. So this is consolation for those people who thinks they are helpless and they will never sing, never play. Maybe, but it is not because they are not able to. Maybe they have some difficulties, but I think I have this position that if someone is not deaf completely, just physically or biologically or physiologically deaf, he can sing and play.
So you don't think there's such thing as being tone deaf?
It
What-
can be yes, it can be trained.
Okay, I hear you.
I've read books on that, and what Paper's saying is true. Like it's people like what he's saying is most people think they'll chalk it up as I'm just tone deaf. That's not true. Like what Paper's saying is very, very true. And, I mean, like in actuality, I think the statistic I saw was like of the whole world population, only like 2% are actually tone deaf. Everybody else can be taught, trained to hear the pitches. You just have to work a little harder.
Yes, like me. I was not very gifted in music. Absolutely not. I had when I started to learn music, when I played the tone in keyboard, I could not repeat with my voice this note. I was not able. So I was completely, nearly completely deaf, musical deaf. So I started from very, very bad position.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
at least you were able to hear that you couldn't match the tone on the piano. Are there people out there that wouldn't have been able to hear that, is my question.
Yeah, of course, if they cannot hear, physically hear, of course, you cannot make them musicians. That's obvious, because you have to have this hearing sense. Yes, but if you have, it can be trained. And for me, it is matter rather of focusing of your mind, because the 90% of your work with music is just your mind, your imagination, not physical, not only physical hearing, just imagination. You have to build some musical knowledge inside you, but not only just.
I know when I was taking lessons, my guitar teacher told me, he said, John, I know you can hear the changes. You just don't believe you can hear them. And that was part of it. I didn't have confidence in my ear. And then once I realized, yeah, you can hear where the changes are, it's got a whole lot easier after that.
It's part of the training. For
Sure.
example, for me, the best way to tune in with some intervals is just to play like an organ, one tone, which is constant. It is not just vibrating out. It's not fading. If you are keeping this your finger on this key, it will play indefinitely. So you can just make this as your reference point, and you can sing, for example, scale. For example, you can keep this key, for example, C, and you are singing C, D, E, F, G, and so on, just playing the C. This it's called Bourdon note. So this is constant note, and you can compare your voice with this voice of pipe or whatever you are playing. So you can tune in with this interval. So for me, it is very, very good how to train your singing and your hearing.
You're saying
Because-
for every C note you play, you sing the scale?
For example, I give you an example. If you are saying like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, so you just keep this tone do, this first,
Right.
and it will produce certain tone, constant note, and you are just singing do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Yes, and
You're
you are
droning the
keeping
C. Okay.
you are keeping this do, this C note.
Right.
So you are producing interval between your voice
boy,
and
that's
this
pretty
book.
interesting, Paper. Thanks. I've never heard doing that before. I'm gonna
You can
try that.
educate yourself very easily in that manner.
Ah, that's cool.
That's-
Thanks, Paper.
That's how I like worked on when I'm caught up on my vocal training. That's what I do is I'll do like either a major scale or major pentatonic scale, and I'll sing the notes as I play the scale with different soundings like mom, 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 like along with the notes. It's what all the vocal teachers do. It teaches you to tune your voice to the actual note. And it's very, very, very effective. Very effective.
Yes, and it develops your imagination, your musical imagination, because it's like speaking. You can say words outside with sound, real sound, but you can also say words in your mind without speaking. Then you are using your imagination only. You can say something in your mind. So you can hear your voice in your mind, and the same thing is with music. You can imagine the pitch of the tone and the height of the tone in your mind, and you can learn how, for example, how to read notes in your mind, for example, without keyboard. So you can see notes of music, and you can sing them in your mind. You don't need instrument to play music. You can play it in your mind by seeing only notes. So that's one of effects of educating or training your hearing. But best way it is from voice. So I would say that every musical education should start always as early as possible and always with singing, not playing instrument, but singing, because you are hearing your own voice and you are manipulating with your own voice. Playing instrument will come later.
If I would have done that, I would have never picked up an instrument. No, I'm only joking.
But singing is not natural.
I was
Well,
joking, Paper. I was just trying to indicate that my voice sucks. No.
Well, being able to hear yourself, I don't know. Whenever I heard myself for the first time, I didn't know it was me.
Speaking or singing?
Well, speaking, I've never. Nobody's ever heard me singing. But you know what I mean? Like, what you imagine, like, I keep thinking of America's Got Talent or Britain's Got Talent. There are people that have been told by their parents or whatever that they are good singers, and they may imagine that what they hear is good, but what everybody else hears isn't the same thing. So there's there's a discrepancy between what I hear and what I hear when I hear me talking. Back again.
Yes, it is different. For example, for me, I hear my voice differently than when I am recorded, for example. From my recording, I can hear differently.
Same here.
I'm not saying that I don't recognize my voice, but I am slightly surprised how my voice sounds while recorded.
You know, the difference might be because that when you're speaking, your voice is actually resonating within your body, and that might make the tone a little bit different.
Yes. Because your whole body is resonating while speaking or singing.
Correct.
So different parts of body, yes, of course, it does matter. And I was taught how to use resonance in your head, in your nose, jaw, whatever, and your chest resonators. Yes, whole body is involved in singing. Okay, be right back. 5 minutes. I need some time.
Okay. Fascinating stuff, this. Didn't really, Buster's gone. I didn't really want to get into it too much, but that's where we went. Fascinating. You say we've been, I think it's the main talk at the minute round here. Yeah, fascinating. I don't think everybody can keep it out there. Their thoughts of how to relate the geometry to the music. And there's seems to be, I don't know whether it's everywhere that loads of people have a musical talent or whatever, but it does seem to be a lot around here. There are quite a few people that do have this musical side to them.
I was going to say, I noticed that a while ago, Bev, that there's a lot of musically inclined people that seem to be awake.
I don't know whether it is because the logic is directly relatable, like geometry. There is something that you can put together that gives you something at the end, and you know whether it's right or whether it's wrong, or you know, it either sounds good or it fits or it doesn't. And that's the practical part to it. Thought it was quite interesting paper there. I don't know whether we come back to it. Paper said you can do music by reading it. You don't need to actually play it. That's like the conceptual nature of geometry.
I have read that there's people that actually can see the music. So
yeah, there's people can see colors within sounds and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've heard that too. I've read that too.
Fascinating though that you can have a conceptual idea of music, but also the actual music to go along with it. Much like geometry, right? You can have the conceptual idea of geometry, but you can also draw it. You can also lay it out. You can make buildings that directly relate to the geometry, that take it out of the conceptual area and into the reality sort of thing. Like that's the bit that fascinates me, is the relating, the way you can relate this stuff to reality directly. I find it fascinating.
A little bit, huh?
Yeah. Well, we have been dealing with the what do you call it? The basics, the first principles of the idea of advanced simplicity, trying to break stuff down to the simplest, and then we've ended up with music, which it seems to be just like geometry, directly relatable to reality. Everybody can understand music, and it seems I'm hoping that there's a lot of people that have an innate musical well, I mean, I guess everybody likes a song or something. You know, there's something that's within the music that people can relate to. All
There are
different
certain
sorts of stuff.
There are certain vibrations that affect people in a positive manner, and there are vibrations that affect them in a negative manner. Basically, that's what it comes down to, the vibration and how it affects you.
Yeah, and how it was known a long time ago. If they were sort of banning certain notes and stuff, then that was obviously for people's own good. I mean, why would you want to hear these tones and have people like they say, in dissonance?
They also changed the tuning from 432 to 440, Bev. So why did they do that? They knew the 432 is the natural tone, the natural vibration, I should say.
Mm.
And most musicians play still in 440.
Well, they did change from that 432.
Yeah, back in the 40s, I believe, somewhere
Mhm.
around there.
Well, I heard it was sort of at the invention of the piano type thing, where they wanted to try and make this equal temperament. It fits better. Actually, do you know what 432 divided by 8 is?
Not, I could figure it out, but if
Have a
you know
guess.
it offhand.
Have a guess.
Oh, that 33?
Yeah.
Oh, God, come on.
They want to change it. They did change it. And I think that's the reason, because it doesn't you can't relate it to the number form, right? When you hear that, you know that there's gonna be problems within it, because you cannot put a third. A third's fine, is a ratio, but you start relating it to the number form and put it within a base 10, you're struggling. That may have something to do with it. You know, the swapping.
Interesting. Well, you've seen the thematic differences between the 432 and the 440, have you, Bev?
I have never seen the cymatic differences. I know there's a dissonance within.
There is with 440, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole idea of equal temperament. Buster's here, he knows more about it than I do. But yeah, they space the notes out purposely.
Well, Paper did allude to it earlier. The way Pythagoras had it set out when C, you get back to the octave C, it doesn't match up. But and then like when you play the C with the fifth, that's where they would get that wolf tone because of the spacing that he had for that temperament. So when they did equal temperament, they just spaced the notes to where you ended up at from your one to your octave. It ends up matching up, and then when you play your one with your fifth, it has that harmonics. I've heard, like, I'm like Paper. I've heard the older instruments that had that older temperament, and I only say this because all I've ever played on is equal temperament instruments. But it sounds off. It sounds out of tune. But it's not that, like, I've enjoyed the stuff I've listened to like that, but my ear has been tuned to equal temperament. So to hear it, it sounds out of tune, but I like it. I don't dislike it.
It's very for starters, it is difficult experience. But when I was listening to old instruments with this mesotonic, for example, temperaments, when, for example, major third is really pure third, it is especially when organ is playing with reeds. So it is very distinct. This third is very, very beautifully sounding. And then when I went back to equal temperament, I just could not listen because everything was off.
I mean,
everything was off.
I haven't had that experience. I wish I had an instrument that was the older temperament, but I just haven't ever had the pleasure of playing on an instrument like that.
I feel like I missed the first week of class here because this terminology is totally new to me. So keep using it as often as possible so I can start grasping exactly what you're meaning by this. I don't think I've ever heard those older. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You would know if you heard it. You've heard like the old, like what they would like term medieval, like those instruments from that time. You would know it if you heard it because it sounds like if all you've ever played on is equal temperament, those older instruments.
Now,
it's not what we have.
Can you define what you mean by equal temperament?
Well, Paper probably can a little better than I do, but
equal temperament means that, as Booster said, and I said before, to obtain pure octave, all octaves, you have to detune slightly fifth.
Yeah.
And it means that beside octave, all intervals are detuned, slightly detuned.
Well, so on a guitar, it's a piano would be that way, but on a guitar, this will hit John like, okay, so the ratios are like the fifth, the third, like those are supposed to be ratios. If you measure those distances, so like from the open E string, your bass E string, to that 12th fret, if you measure the distance from nut to bridge, it'll be like a measurement. And if you go to that 12th fret, it's gonna be exactly half, so that 1-to-2 ratio, right? Okay. For the octave. Now, the ratios for your other notes should be a similar ratio, but they're not. The frets are moved off of the like a pure ratio to get the equal temperament.
Yes,
it's like I'm learning the word predicate over again.
If you did the measurements, if you looked up what the ratio is supposed to be for each note, so like your, from E, open E to F sharp is your whole step. And that'd be your 1 to 2, there's supposed to be a set ratio for that. And then like to your fifth, based off Pythagoras, that fifth, should be the 2/3. Like 2/3 ratio to that fifth, the fifth. So on an open E would be your B note. If you actually measure that ratio, it's off. It's not the actual 2/3 measurement. It's off by like 3 millimeters. So that's where your equal temperament comes in. They've moved it. So like what Paber was saying, so that your root note matches up with your fifth, and then your root note, like your open E to the octave, is exact. But they had to move the frets. Well, not the actual octave. It's the actual half distance. It's the actual 1 to 2 ratio. But your other frets are moved off slightly from what Pythagoras would say would be, the right ratios for those notes. That's equal temperament. They've had to move things slightly to get it to return back to itself, so the notes will be perfectly harmonic. If you ever heard an old instrument that's not equal temperament, you'd know. You'd know.
Yes, they are. For example, best I think best to hear is instruments tempered with mesotonic or mesotonic or mean tone. In English, I think this is the word, mean tone temperament. This is old temperament, like from 15th or 16th century. And most of instruments, like organs, were tempered with various mean temperaments. And the goal was to obtain pure third. So in this instrument, you will hear pure third, pure mathematical third.
How do they determine pure? With the tuning fork or what?
Yes, you can hear that. You can hear when the interval is impure or detuned.
Okay.
You can hear a vibration, additional vibration. Within consonant, you should not hear any disturbances. And these disturbances are audible, like wobbling of the sound. So if, for example, if you have octave and this octave is perfectly tuned, you just hear it as one sound. Nothing wobbles. Everything is still. But if you detune slightly, like 2 cents, because in music it is called in cent, one of 100. I think of semitone or full tone. I am not sure. But if you detune slightly, few cents, you will hear this wobbling, this another dissonance. You will hear that. I cannot explain that. It has to be experienced.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And when you, for example, listen to music like in this mean tone temperament for like 1 week, and you will go back to equal temperament, you will hear that everything is off. Everything.
God, I need to experience this now.
It is very, very, very interesting. I'd always wondered. I didn't know until recently. Like I'm like you, John. I was, what's going on here? I don't even know how we got on. Like how I even got down the thread, but I wasn't classically trained, so I didn't know all I've ever played on was equal temperament. But I have listened to the old world music, air quotes, whatever, and I'd always thought, man, it just like something sounds a little off. But it wasn't that I disliked it; it was just different, you know.
Back in the day, they utilized these false tones. Generally, they avoided them, but sometimes they used them for example, in Spain and Portugal. They wrote pieces, music called tientos, and sometimes they call them tiento de falsas. So it was tiento, like ricerca, or this is polyphonic form of music. And when they use these false tones, they call it tiento de falsas. So you can meet that title of piece, tiento de falsas. It means that they will use these false tones several times in the piece of music.
They do fit them in somehow.
Yes, as curiosity to entertain the public.
See, I find it. Is there any music that they would have used this? The old. What do you call it? Like, is it a different scale or? Because
there were different scales, but within temperament, they sounded differently. So, for example, in old temperament, for example, mean tone, when you played some piece of music or just song in C major, for example, I don't know, you can take any song in C major, just popular folk song, and if you would transpose that into different scale, for example, G major, in G major it will sound differently, not only higher, because nowadays it also will sound higher, but not only higher, but just different, because of different temperament, the intervals would be slightly different. So the same song would sound differently, just differently, just another color. I don't know how to express that, but it was very, very, very important because when a composer was producing some piece of polyphonic music like fugue, and in fugue it is a normal thing that you are going with your theme, leading theme, into another scale, like from C to G. From C major, you are going through how this okay, you are going in the process, you are going into G major, and you are exposing this theme in a different scale. It would sound differently. So it made sense back in the day, playing in different scales. Even if it was just major scale, another major scale, another major scale sounded differently. So it did matter in which scale the piece of music was written. Now you can just transpose from C major to D major, one tone higher, and it would just sound one tone higher. Just it. You could even not notice that this is just higher. You are playing the same thing, but 300 years ago, with unequal temperament, this music will sound just differently in another scale. So moving from C major, one tone higher, to D major, produced a different effect. The same piece of music would sound differently.
Joro's writing out the mathematical stuff. The difference in the number form, but it isn't the number form. Like, look at that.
Really...
The Pythagorean diatonic interval is 246 over 243. It's not quite the same, and that's all they did was stretch it out to make that the same. No, all the intervals within it, they just evened it out to have an even temperament.
And I'm not getting what he's saying in that distance from nut equals full scale length minus full scale length times whatever in the box there.
Okay.
You got a zero.
Wait a minute. It's the open string. You pluck an open string. Like a piano is each note has its own string, or an organ, as far as I know, each note has its own pipe.
Or even set of pipes.
Right. Okay. So a piano is like, I am semi-familiar with that. Each note on a key has its own dedicated string.
I'm running here,
but
bro.
On a guitar, on a guitar, you're fretting those notes to get, instead of like on a piano when you hit like, from middle C to B. I mean, those are each key has its own string that's nut to fret. So on a guitar, it has a start and stop point, nut to fret. I mean, sorry, nut to bridge. I'm sorry. That open E, low E or high E, that's just open. The half distance, that 12th fret, it's like exact. Like you can measure it. It'll be exactly the 1-to-2 ratio. But the frets in between, it's a whole different story. Like,
yeah, I'm starting to see what you're saying there now.
But in fact, in music, they were referring to this ratio of monochord. So, and same is in organ. So, for example, I have voice, principal 8 foot. So I am playing C1, and this 8 foot, it means that I am playing this correct one, this C1, with certain height or pitch. But I have voice which is called quint or fifth 2, and 2 of 3 of 3. It means it is 2 octaves higher, and between third and second and third octave. So that would be this quint. not the nearest one, but the third one in progress, and it has a ratio, and because octave is if we have 8 feet and octave is 4 feet, so the quint next to it would be 2 and 2 of 3, or 2/3, 2 and 2/3. So, and
So,
that's
Pause
is
right there. I'm so sorry. I'm not at all familiar with a pipe organ. Are you saying it's the actual height of the pipe?
Yes, maybe also. So this is standard measurement. So if the voice is called 8 foot, it means that the original measurement was taken from a specific note, and to produce that note, it was given a pipe with 8 foot real distance.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't know that.
So this is like reference, like meter. So
Huh.
8 foot pipe is like meter in measurement, in geometry, or whatever, in metric system. So 8 foot is standard. This is what you get. Your key. You are playing this note, and this is it. It is called 8 foot. So
Well,
if you are playing octave higher, you are playing 4 foot
yeah.
pipes, and if you are playing pressing the same key, you are playing 2 octaves higher. It means that you are playing 2 feet, and so on. So
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
so there are names for these voices. So that's why I brought this quint, 2 and 2/3, for example, or terz, third. It is a voice, combined voice called sesquialtera, combined with fifth and third, which produces a very nice, sweet sound. And it has ratio, second, 1 and 3 of 5. So it is very high third, and it is related with this measurement to 8 foot principle. Yes. So it is strictly let's say geometrically and arithmetically correct measurements.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
So these numbers are expressing ratio between tones.
Interesting that it's a straight line as well, right? That 8 foot is a distance, a line. Now, all of the other, the diameter of the pipes and the tubes and the diameter of the strings with the guitar, they're of a similar sort of thing, but it's the length that is more important, right? For
Yeah. Well, you can that was what I was saying. Like somebody was saying about like the thickness of the string. I mean, yeah, it matters as far as like tone. Like when I say tone, I mean like you want a rich bass in your bass string tone. So you wouldn't technically you could take any string diameter and tune it to that frequency, but it's gonna sound either empty or tinny. But the main thing here is that like a guitar string or a piano string on a note is a certain distance, and then like what Paper was saying with the pipe organ, if it's an 8 foot for that middle C to go to octave would be the 4-foot. So it's kind of the same on the guitar because you have the string and it's like nut to bridge a certain distance, you half it exactly, and you have your octave.
In other words, playing guitar involves tuning the instrument during playing, because if you are just shortening your string, you are tuning the string. So playing guitar and violin and similar instruments, string instruments, involves tuning them during playing. In fact, you are tuning instrument while playing.
I never thought of it that way, but yeah.
And you are using this monochord principles. So from ancient Greek. So you are utilizing this knowledge from ancient times.
Well, from what I've seen so far, it was supposedly it was Pythagoras that set out to do that. As the story goes, he was trying to work out the ratios between the organ notes and equate them to strings. But man,
No, he was just, it was not about organ, but the length of the string and the pitch of the sound. So he supposedly he was the first. I don't know if he was the first, but he did these experiments, and I think he was not the first, because people played instruments from beginning, so it didn't start from Pythagoras. But he gave these ratios. I think he was maybe the first who gave us these numeric ratios,
right,
between length of the string and sound, pitch of the sound.
Yeah, I could get behind that idea more so than saying Pythagoras came up, because I mean instruments were around before that. Whenever he was around, I mean there were supposedly stringed instruments before him.
Yes, of course,
Yeah.
and also pipe instruments, of course.
Right.
So it is mentioned in, I think, in Psalms, and King David was playing psalterium. So this word psalm is from the instrument he was playing. So he was playing for sure. He was instrumentalist. He was king musician.
Would you find it weird that all of us that came from this pond scum have been able to evolve into something so creative and develop music and that sort of thing? I mean, wherever music came from and how it was first developed, I mean, this stuff had to be inherent, I think, or something. 'Cause I can't see some guy walking out of a cave and just starting to do this shit. I don't know. It's just me.
It's all how to explain things.
I think that it is linked to our mind, because it is. I think it is purely intellectual, because if we hear consonants like octave and fifth, and we differ it from dissonance, like, for example, seventh, we easily can discern between seventh, which is a very harsh dissonance, and quint or fifth, and we can name it that this is consonance, so it is sounding good, sounding con-sounding, because consonance, it means that is sounding together well. So I think it is intellectual. So it is sign of our mind, because without mind, I don't know how we could discern between dissonance and consonance, and name it that way, that this is some kind of agreement between intervals, and disagreement between other intervals. So I would say that this is sign of our intellectual abilities. concerning
Intellectual
sound.
ability to express what we feel emotionally as well. I mean, with music.
Yes, it involves, of course, it involves feelings. Yes, and from ancient times, it was many theories about scales. For example, Greek scales. That this scale is giving this emotions, and that scale is giving that emotions, and some scales are better and some scales are worse because they are producing bad feelings. So theory of music and feelings with which this feelings music is carrying, so it is very old. So yes, psychology of music, it was very well known from the beginning of music, I think. And of course, influence, how to influence people also, yes.
Yeah, that's the bit that I'm more interested in. It's like if they knew that then, that they know how to influence people with certain tones, frequencies, whatever. And now everybody knows that you do like music and you are influenced by it, but do they really know how they could be being influenced by these sort of things?
I think it was speculation, but it had to be true, because otherwise music would not be used in theater and poetry and whatever.
A movie would be a waste without music behind it, wouldn't it?
Of course, movie without music. Try to watch a movie with dialogues only. It is just. I would switch off this film after 5 minutes.
I never switch it on in the first place.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of this advertising and stuff that they literally they use all of this stuff to manipulate people. So it's so obvious that it's easily that easily done that you don't actually even know it's occurring.
Yes, it may be used. I cannot say that it always was used, but it may be. It has this power. You can influence people by music, and you can do that on purpose if you really know how to use that music. But it has some. For example, you need to know, for example, some cultural background. For example, the same music in England would cause different feelings than the same music, for example, in Switzerland. So it is not that it is absolute that this music will cause these feelings everywhere. It's not like that, because it has different connotations. Certain notes and accords and melodies have different connotations in different cultures, in different regions, based on history or history of music, or just culture, let's say, or civilization, or whatever.
Easy.
So, for example, in Arabic countries, they have different scales. They have this scale called pentatonic, with completely different intervals, or order of intervals. So, for example, they start with semitone. In our culture, we start always with full tone. So this pentatonic based on two semitones is just different. Just play some Arabic music, so it's completely different. So I don't think that producing Western music to influence, for example, Arabic people would work. I think not.
Might drive them crazy.
Maybe. And also, for example, in Japan or in China, they have pentatonic, but full tone pentatonic. So it is completely different than this pentatonic, Arabic pentatonic. And I don't know about that, but many or much, I don't know much about this Hinduistic music, but as far as I learned about it, they have completely different division of octave. They have not division into 12 semitones, but 22 like quarter tones or whatever. So
when they developed these different scales in these different cultures, was it based on their ear, or was it based on some mathematics that somebody developed when they developed the music?
I would say that it always have to start with the ear, because you have to some material to operate on. So
the different scales was more pleasing to their ear, you're saying?
I don't know, or maybe they just developed other system of division of tones.
Yeah,
whatever.
It's just the setting, but the difference between a minor scale and a major scale is just the difference in the tones and semitones.
Yes, and not always that, not only that, but this is a specific difference, because in fact you have only two differences between major scale and minor scale,
right,
in harmonic. So you change third tone. So for example, C, D, E, it changes E to E flat. Then you are creating first minor third, and the second third from E flat to G is major third. So you are exchanging this progression from major third to minor third.
Right.
This is major accord, and you are exchanging this E from E flat to E, and you are changing order of thirds. So first is in major scale, first in major accord, you have first major third and then minor. And in minor accord, you have opposite. First you have minor third and major third. And the next difference in the scale, major scale and minor scale, is sixth tone. You have flat sixth tone. So generally you are changing just 2 tones
Right.
from major to change from major scale to minor, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So generally this is you are just changing orders of order of semitones, because in major scale, for example C major, you have only 2 semitones between E and F, and between B or H and C. So changing that into minor scale, you are changing the position of semitones in the scale, and that gives you completely different color or feelings, just changing 2 semitones into different positions.
Right. Yeah. It's just changing, because I've looked at one point. I was trying to learn all of the different scales and modes, and then when I realized the mode is just like it'll be a major scale, but like if you're in the key of C and you play an E major scale, it's just a different mode within holding that key. It's neither here nor there, but it is very interesting how, like what John was saying, people figured this out. That's been my journey on this, is just how this came about. I mean, like John said, is it just innate in us?
Wait, I am trying to read what Jiro is posting here.
It's highly mathematical,
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I never got this far into it. I just wanted to learn how to play. Yeah, I wished I had like went through the classical training, but I just didn't have, I guess, the attention span for it. Just wanted to play and feel it, But now getting into some of this, like trying to grasp how geometry is tied to music, because it's like that's the quadrivium. Like you start with the trivium, logic, and the quadrivium was geometry, arithmetic, music, and astronomy. So I mean, they're hand in hand.
And the music in ancient times was considered as like part of quadrivium. It means it was mathematical science,
Yeah.
like geometry, because people nowadays say that, oh yes, geometry is logic, it's mathematics, but music, yeah, it's about feelings. So no, this is not science even. This is art. Yes, it is
But
art, but taking a theory of music, it is mathematics.
oh, I mean, if you like just the basics of it, you have your tempo, timing. You have like within even the tempo, you would have, what time signature you're going to use. And even like above that, it's like, what's your chord progression? Like, what key are you in? And then it goes even further than that, like the frequency of your tuning, like what John brought in before, the difference between 432, the A of 4, or 440. I mean, there's like so many things involved. It is highly mathematical. I mean, for me, like, I didn't learn classical piano or anything like that, but I did have to sit within a setting of like band members, and you would have to be able to change the keys of a song so they would just attach numbers to, like say if you were playing in the key of A, they'd call that 1. And within the chord progression of the song, you'd have to know the positions based off if A is your 1, D would be your 4, and E would be your 5. So they would have their chord charts based off numbers, and they would say, okay, here's the chord chart, and it'd be all numbers, and they'd say we're in the key of C. So you just know how to switch to it. Of course, that's definitely not classically trained, but I mean it is mathematical.
Don't they call that the Nashville system or something like that?
Yeah. It just allows you to know the chord changes. Really, I guess based off a major scale, you would know your chord changes based off numbers, and then what key you're in would give you what chord change to go to. But tying the numbers to the ratios of the notes, that's where I want to know more. I feel like I still feel left wanting. Like even J-Ro posting those things, it's like I kind of get what's being said, but how was that like derived? I get the octave and the half, or you got your note and the half distance between the string, or the half distance of the pipe is the octave. But somebody worked that out. And past that, like that's the easy one. What about your?
You mean this is a complicated thing because I was learned while learning harmony. Every single sound or tone you are producing with on piano or guitar or pipe, whatever, it is compound sound. So if you are playing, for example, note C, you are not playing just this frequency, because you are also playing octave of this, just pulling one string. Because the sound is compound, it means it contains many harmonics in that. So if you are playing, for example, note C, you are playing note C, octave of that. So if you are playing C1, it means that you are playing also C2. Then next harmonics is fifth. So you are playing fifth 2 of that, G2. And next harmonics is octave. So you are playing C3. Next harmonics is, as I remember, third. So you are playing also E. This very high. We are going to higher and higher in octaves, but you are playing still one note. So this harmony and relationship between tones in scale, diatonic scale or diatonic scale, is derived from every one tone, because it is implicit in every one single musical tone you are producing. So you are producing harmony of everything. So there are many harmonics involved in one tone, every one tone. So in fact, you are playing one note. You are playing full scale harmonic with this. So you are playing many tones, playing just one string, pulling one string. You are producing many tones.
Oh, I think I get what you're saying. Because it like with the guitar, you call them overtones. So when you like, are you talking about like on a piano or the pipe also?
You can check it, for example, on guitar. If you are playing, for example, on bass string, some tone, if it's better. What's your highest string? It's E or G or
E.
E. So try to play, for example, on bass. Just E, and this string will resonate.
Right. That's what I was getting at, was that we call them overtones.
Yes, so this is resonance, and the same is in piano. If you
Okay,
are
right.
if you pull out this blocks from this sustain pedal, if you use this sustain pedal, so the strings, all strings are free.
Yeah.
So they can resonate
Right.
easily.
Yeah.
So
Just playing, you're saying
yes.
just playing the C1, it's going to pull the other tones from those strings.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
According to harmonics, yes.
Right. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I mean, that's the idea of there's a lot of instruments like that. Like Bev, it was funny. Bev pulled up what'd you call it, Bev? Hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah.
But it's funny because there's like on that picture that he posted, there was like 3 sets of strings on either side of the actual playing apparatus, and there's no way to use them. And I was pointing out that within playing the instrument and the notes, those strings that are just there are going to produce an overtone to give like a simulated like reverberation. That you're going to get overtones from those strings that are just on the outside of that instrument. They're not meant for anything except for the overtones, like what Paper was saying. Just adds more thickness to whatever you're doing.
And in fact, the soundness of this harmonics, it makes this sound rich or dull. So if, as you said, that if the string is dull and it's not sounding very well, it mainly means that harmonics are not very sound there. So the quality of instrument is to produce as much harmonics as possible in specific order, of course, but if the harmonics are too silent, the sound is dull.
Right. Yeah, but that's my thing. I love having. I try to most of the time when I play, I want the overtones, so I try to formulate my chords to where there's more overtones. Whereas some people do the opposite; they just want their exact notes to be heard. And that's fine too, but for me, like I love the fullness, so I want like a full, you know, overtone. When I play a chord, I want some other strings reverberating that same frequency. Yeah.
Both can be applied. I think in music there is
Oh, there's definitely a
place
place
for
for
both.
both. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I have to drop to bed.
Okay.
Work tomorrow early in
Thanks,
the morning.
Paper.
Good night.
Good night.
Yep. Thanks.
Good night, Paper.
Fascinating.
It is very, very fascinating. I mean, I still feel like I've only scratched the surface.
What's the goal, Buster? Are you trying to determine how they came up with these ratios, or I mean, what are you
Yeah.
what exactly are you looking for?
Okay, like J-Ro's been posting all of the ratios, the numbers. That's great. I want to know more. But supposedly, I sent you a video. You can watch it, see what you think. I'm not saying that's the be all and end all video of the explanation. I'm just saying it's like kind of an eye opener as to how things kind of have happened. Now, the guy in the video says that Pythagoras broke music, which I don't think so. He set out to put like an exact ratio to the notes of the string, whereas it's hard for me. I'm trying to grasp what's going on because I just found out like within that video that all I've played my whole life is equal temperament, which it does it different than Pythagoras did it. It moves each note. Like Paper explained it pretty well. Like he was pretty spot on. It changes the positions of the notes so that when you play the 1 and the 5 together, it has like a certain harmonics. But Pythagoras, the way he set it out, if you played a instrument based off his ratios, it would be off. It would have that wolf interval when you play the 1 and the 5. But maybe it's not wrong. I don't know. All I've ever known is playing equal temperament instrument. Where, like, if you take the major notes, so like if you divide them into eighths, so you start with your 1, the E, then your 2, and then work your way up back to the octave. That octave is the half distance, but the ratios of the other frets, the other notes within that E to high E, on this instrument I'm playing on, it's equal temperament. So they're not like Pythagoras was saying it should be certain ratio from your E to your 5th. There's your.
And you're
1
saying
and
that that ratio is not what Pythagoras said it should be in equal temperament.
No. Okay. Pythagoras would have this note from this E to the B. That's equal temperament what I'm playing. Pythagoras would have put that fret in a different spot.
7th fret.
Yeah, the 7th fret would have been slightly over a little bit.
Towards the bridge or the nut?
I'm not exactly sure yet. Like I'm still not. I think
Ben's laughing at.
Well, we will get there, right?
I think if I measured correctly, I think the 7th fret, based off metrics, it should be when you fret that 7th fret, it should be 2/3 of that distance. Where you understand, like the octave is the half, like it's exactly half. So to get that octave note, that 12th fret is exactly half the distance. But now the ratio to get your 5th is the 2/3. But if you do the actual measurement, it's towards the bridge. Equal temperament, from what I know so far, I could be wrong. Equal temperament pushes it towards the bridge a little bit.
To the knot, J-Ro says.
I think to the nut would be Pythagoras to get his ratio right. We'll see what he says. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. I'm almost positive if we did the math right last night, the 2/3 for the measurement to get that fifth right, the fret for that B note would be slightly towards the nut per Pythagoras. I'm pretty sure. Now I could be wrong. I will leave that open. This is like, I feel like I'm learning music all over again.
You might be forgetting music after you go through this.
No, it was I found a guy that he tuned like a little 3-string instrument to Pythagoras. So I tuned this extra guitar that I haven't played in a while. I tuned it supposedly to Pythagoras to where everything is thirds and fifths. So
That's the one you just strummed?
yeah.
Would you say it's standard tuning or what?
I think I tuned the E to, I mean, I'll check. I'll let you know. Hang on. I can tell you. Oh, where's the tuner? There we go. I think it's to 432. Let's see. No, I don't know what I've tuned that to be honest with you. It's somewhere between 432 and 440. I don't know.
But it is E, right?
It's just E, yeah. But all the strings are based off of what Pythagoras would, I don't know. Jury's still out. This is Epahi.
I haven't even entered the jury box yet, man. I'm so far behind what you guys are talking about.
So I love open tunings, and this for me is like, I'm loving it. And then
sounds pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. It's not. There's some variations because there's the E, the B, and the F sharp. But I had to put an octave E in there because there's an extra string. And then the other higher strings I left the same because they fit. So I have 3 strings tuned to E, 2 strings B, and then an F sharp. I don't know. But so that's your open. There's the E, and then there's the third, and then your fifth, and then the next third, and your octave. But this instrument is equal temperament. The frets aren't per Pythagoras's ratios. But anyway, I don't want to get off something too crazy. Because I don't even, I know the notes of these strings, and then the intervals is the 1, 3, 5. Your major third, your fifth, your minor third. Anyway, I'm still playing with it. I love this stuff, but I want to know. I wish I had an older instrument that was the what you call it, Pythagorean ratios.
On the fret, right? Or is it?
Yeah. I want to know. Yeah. So get back to first principles. So the ratio of the one to the octave is the 1 to 2. So that's that ratio. The ratio of the 1 to 5 should be 2/3. And if my measurements are right per the frets, this is equal temperament, it's off by 3 millimeters. So I think I would like to play something that's not based off equal temperament. I've never done that.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the difference is, because I guess you would have to learn to not induce that wolf into your playing. You'd have to not play the certain notes, would you? Or, you know, certain...
That would be hard to get around. You'd have to have a pretty vast knowledge. Like, I memorized chord voicings. I don't know how to spell a chord. So to not use the 1 and the 5 would be super weird.
Yeah.
Because that's all you do on a guitar is a major chord is 1, 3, 5. I mean, that's inherent. A major chord. So to not play the 5 with the 1, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about it, but yeah, it sounds like you would be inducing this thing within your instrument, and that's probably why they've done it like that.
Based off what I've seen so far, the way Pythagoras did it, if what I've seen is correct, to space the notes, the 12 notes, to get the even distribution. See, that's where I was interested. Like, paper, like, he's maybe played, like he said, he's played the instruments that were, I forgot what he called it, a different temperament, the mean mezzo, I forgot what he called it. I'm not familiar with it. But then when he said when he went back to equal temperament, it sounded weird.
Yeah.
After playing the other.
Well, it's different, right? With a violin, right? There's no frets. So
yeah,
I guess they're doing it by ear, right?
Yeah.
So their stuff is I don't know. And similar with the organ, that you're not doing what you're doing on a guitar, right? You're not playing certain strings together that are done like this. You are, I don't know. It's just weird, strange.
I have a thought on it. I want to save it for
yeah, some other times.
Some other time. I have a thought. Hope I can express it right. I feel like I'm onto something. I don't want to say anything because, like, Papers is very, very knowledgeable about music, and I don't want to step on toes, but I like equal temperament. I don't dislike the old. I think there's a place for that. But for me, like, equal temperament, to be able to have the notes and to what he would call, when I'm fretting, I'm retuning the string. I like to have that equal temperament to give me the harmonics within the chords, and To me, they sound right.
Did you see the instrument that Captain posted in the
No.
chat earlier today?
No.
Right. Have a look. I don't know how to do it, but have a look. Somebody have a look for Captain Caveman posted a. It was like it's a fret board, and it may look it'll mean more to you than it does to me, but I could see. Cheers, Jero. You can see where they've changed the frets on different strings, and it's I don't know, what was it? I think Jero, it was a patented fret thing for Pythagorean.
Oh, I have seen this before. Not necessarily that one, but I have seen similar things before. Now, what is that?
Is that the picture there that it's not really come up?
No, it sends you back to where.
Yeah. Is it the picture that he's put in there of the, like, the fret of the,
Yeah, it's the frets of a classical guitar.
and there's little pieces cut out of each string in different places.
It's moving the frets based off. So, let's see, that's the second.
Is it fixing the wolf tone within the different bits of each?
Now, I would say that fret design is putting it back to what Pythagoras. I'm guessing. I don't know.
But it's only it's not like all of them they're not even spacings. It looks like they are equal temperament, but that one specific bit of each.
Oh, no.
String.
If you look at from the nut, which is where the strings rest at the headstock, first fret to that second fret, that ratio, and then from the second fret to the third is way off from my guitars. So even the fret placings, the ones that are solid, is different.
Yeah. But those odd ones that are off,
broken, yeah,
is to fix the wolf.
Ooh.
So you could still play it without that being affected.
Oh, maybe. So let me see. 1, 2.
Clever if that's what it is. It is patented, so
I'm gonna have to go to this because that interests me.
Yeah.
Is that G sharp a little sharper? Is that what that's showing? The way that's fretted? Because it's closer to the A than it is, right?
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those ones that you'd have to actually hold it and have a go, wouldn't you, to see what I would have no clue about it.
And
you know what
D
I've been
sharp
listening
is a little
to.
flatter. Wow,
It pushes. See, that's the thing. What I was talking about, John, was that we play equal temperament. And if I'm guessing on this one, if that is based off Pythagorean ratios, it puts the fret at the correct ratio numerically.
And did you notice all the strings are pushed forward except for the B is pushed back to 2 spots? And the high E string isn't touched at all.
Well, they're all different because that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That second fret from the first fret, the distance between the nut and the first fret is smaller than from the first fret to the second. So the distances of the frets are different. And I see what Bev's saying. The frets that are broken, does that fix the wolf interval? I don't know. I've seen these guitars, but until this last week, I had no interest in it.
Yeah.
I mean, and
I've never seen this before.
Well, have you ever seen the ones where the frets are splayed out?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even sure what that's about. I never looked into it. I didn't have a need for it. But now, at this moment, it's like,
They came out with a fretless guitar now. Did you see that?
yeah, those have been like, and that's the thing. That's what Bev was saying. Like with the violin, like when you, as far as I know, when you're learning the violin, you would play one that has the markers for the notes.
Yeah, you make your own fret on the violin, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, any fretless bass, fretless guitar. I mean, they'll always make an instrument fretless because it's just a different sound. But the violin, as far as I know, like when they're learning on a learning violin, you'll have the fret markers, like where the note denotation for the note.
That I don't know.
From what I've seen on a violin that you learn on, you would have like a marker on the board, fingerboard.
I took violin as a kid. I don't remember those being on there.
Really?
But I can't say that my memory is correct. Yeah, this was probably in what, second, third grade, whatever it was. But I don't remember the fret markers being, or the note markers being on there.
I have seen learning violins where, because you have to, when you're learning, you'd have to know where, like you could put your finger anywhere in on it. So anyway, I didn't learn it. I always growing up, of course, like around here it'd be the fiddle, which is the same thing. And I was always told it's the hardest instrument you'll ever learn. So I never messed with it.
Yeah, I didn't stick with it very long.
Huh. Just trying to
suppose if you take it as the hammers, like Pythagoras was, each hammer would have its own sound, right? Now, in you striking those hammers, would you be able to get that wolf by striking two hammers or three hammers together at the same time? Would that bring out that strange tone? Or is that a complete different hammer that you just disregard?
the whole hammer thing, to me personally, if you had a hammer,
yeah,
and you struck
a hammer.
If you had a hammer, you struck an anvil, ting,
yeah,
and then you took a hammer and you knew it was exactly half the size, and you struck it again, ting, it'd be the octave.
Yeah.
Now, how do you work out the ratio of the different size hammers?
That's
well, could you do the 2/3, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you did exactly 2/3 the weight of the original hammer, that one, and you did it, I'm assuming that if you did the 1 and the 2/3 the size hammer and struck them, I'm assuming you would get the wolf interval. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, J-Ro, would you do that with drums? Could you do a similar thing with a drum? And would you be using those two drums at the same time cause the wolf? Like, it sounds amazing to me, the fact that you could use two perfect notes together and get something that's not perfect. I can't get that. I can't.
Are we but are we conflating two different things? So
Yeah,
like
exactly, that's what I mean.
Right. So if you're doing a hammer and you do 2/3 the weight, same material, same anvil, one hammer, same metal, 2/3 the size, I would be willing to say it doesn't produce that. But we're talking about a string, it's a straight line, and working out the ratio of the distance.
Yeah, it's completely different than the hammer thing, isn't it?
I think so.
But
yeah.
in a similar way, the hammer would give you, like Paper was saying, with the bottles, similar sort of thing, right? That you would be able to do it, but how would you do it? I don't know that. I guess that's why we're all here at the minute, right? That's why this has become such a hot topic, let's say, round here anyway. It's the next progression. I was also thinking about, the black keys. There's some black keys missing on the piano. Is that for the same reason? To take out those notes that cause the dissonance?
Don't think so.
I don't know. I'm not musically minded enough, but I can ask the
Where are
questions.
the black keys missing on a piano?
Between the where's the middle C? You got 3 black keys, skip a black key, 2 black keys, skip a black key. I'm not
you
a
would skip the black keys between the B and C and the E and F.
Yeah, I'm not a piano guy.
Yeah. but
Definitely
like,
not.
would Buster do that on the guitar? Because the piano's a stringed instrument.
Yeah, but piano is like separate strings.
Yeah.
They denote.
So you can tune each one of them separately, can't you?
Yeah, like a piano tuner is way different than a guitar tuner.
Yeah.
Like I tune my guitar, I got 6 strings, I tune those to the note I'm looking for. Piano, you got to go through 88 keys. You got to start at 1, hit it, and tune that one string, get it to that pitch, whatever that frequency is supposed to be. And then you go to the next one and you tune it. So I've got to tune 6 strings and then make sure I don't, make sure I play everything with the same temperament with my fingers. On a piano, a guy that goes in to tune a piano, he's got to go through all 88.
Does he have some sort of sensor that gives the right, or does it by ear?
Well, now I'm going off modern technology. You would have, like, right now I have pulled up a tuner for my guitar, and it tells me when I play. It tells the frequency, the note. So they've kind of dumbed it down. So a piano tuner would use that today. But I think back in the day, they actually had it like a suitcase with
tuning forks.
Tuning forks, yeah.
Yep.
Right.
I think when I was married, we had a piano tuner come over to my wife's piano, and he used tuning forks.
So that, like, what
really?
Yeah, what Paper Organist was saying was that, like, an overtone. If you have a tuning fork and you were to sit it there and you were to hit a key, when you got it perfect, it would make that tuning fork resonate also.
I imagine you got to have quite an ear to do that, right?
No,
Man.
that's what I'm saying. The overtone of getting the key in the right tune. If you're tuning it, like if you're tweaking that tension of the string, when you get it right, that fork's gonna resonate.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because it vibrates.
It'll back. Oh, that's freaky.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I never
vibrates at
thought of
that
that.
frequency. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you
yeah.
get it tuned in, that tuning fork is gonna go. If it's with that note, that tuning fork, when you get it right on that right pitch, the tuning fork's gonna resonate with it.
It picks it up. No kidding. Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's what like
That's
Paper was
radio
saying.
right there. That's radio. Think
Huh.
about it. More or less with the waves, right?
Maybe.
SC's back. You could take the conversation back to time if you want now, Bev.
Yeah, well, that was fascinating, right? That I think that if anything, there is a time, it's linked to music. I can't see any other reason for it. I mean, you could say days and the lights in the sky, that they move, but I mean, how relevant is that with time? It happens anyway. But the wave form and the wave pattern of music has a natural time between each of them. And each of the sounds have a time of the length of the wave to make them sound like that.
Yeah, that's undeniable. Even the hertz of electricity, and that's per second. Yeah, that's undeniable. Yeah, there's no question about that. But my thing is that the only thing I say is that doesn't reaffirm time. It's just that we use it for these things, for music, for
everything
but a
comes
dog.
as our explanations of things. So you could start off with music, and then other people will go, "Oh, that's a good way to describe this," and it's just a way of talking and explaining things. But music is definitely the way to explain time.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, absolutely. To keep the beat, the tone, yeah. But would you say that makes time into existence? That affirms time? Would you go as far to say that?
Yeah, I'd
I
say
won't
that
hold
the
it against you.
necessity of it, right, is you need time to be able to explain music. So, yeah, just think, how would you describe music if you weren't allowed to use anything related to time? I think it'd be impossible.
Describe it?
You wouldn't be able to describe how to play it without time.
Yeah, how to play it maybe, yeah, because you have to keep a beat, but you could describe it. You just say,
Yeah,
here,
you have-
listen to this, and start ripping a chord. Down, down, down. You don't need time for that. But
If
I
you're
get your point, what you're
Yeah, if you're
saying.
playing with a group of people, timing is extremely important. If you're playing by yourself, it's not so important.
Like say timing. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
You need to use time in order to describe timing.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there'd be no way that you could describe music without time. Because, I mean, if it was off, you'd be able to say that's wrong. That sounds awful.
Timing is the intervals.
Yeah.
It's just the intervals between, you have, you can use beats per minute, but you could call it anything because it's going to go tick, tick, tick.
But it
tick.
goes down to the waveform of the actual note.
That's
you cannot get away from it. The way you describe the individual notes when it comes down to it has to relate to time for you to be able to relate each note together to somebody else, just by the pattern of the wave. Now, the pattern of the wave is what fascinates me, because it goes to the sine and the
That's what I was gonna
cosine.
say. Yeah, they call it a sine wave.
It's geometric, and that sine wave is done by the position of a circle in a rotation, which gives them a length of thing. Now, if the chords are the diameter of that, then the rest of it is the cycle. That, you know, the entire circle would be the bit that forms the wave pattern for the sine.
That's what I was gonna get at.
Yeah.
Sometime else, but it's fine. Like if you want to do it now, like
No. I mean, it's a throw out there, right? Everybody else is free to think about it, and we will have to come back to it because it's there, isn't it? You know.
well, that's why I like the equal temperament, because it invokes that transcendental nature of pi.
Yeah, but that's always there. Is it the size of the circle that's the same? Or is it, does the circle and the chord relate to...
What is pi? Pi is a ratio
Yeah.
of the diameter to the circumference. When they talk about equal temperament, they talk about the same type thing, that instead of getting the exact ratios, you end up with those, I don't want to say transcendental, but they're irrational.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Oh, I just thought of something. Can you describe the pattern visually without using time?
Well,
You
that
said you
would
can't
be
describe music.
would be the cycle of the circle, I think, in relation to the chord, the diameter of each of the lengths of these particular
Right.
notes.
Right.
I think somebody's already done it.
Yeah.
I think
Of
Yeah,
course
but
they
where does
have.
time fit in here? Where does time fit into that circle?
It's the cycle.
it's the cycle.
Yeah.
Hertz. You've heard Hertz.
Yeah. I just
That-
explained
it
it
used to-
before. Yeah.
It used to be called cycles.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is for us, like, this is a man thing. How do you equate that with affirming time into existence? I agree with all what you guys said. Music, time, all that, yeah. But how does that how does that bring time into existence?
It doesn't.
This is what I don't get.
We're just using time as a way to describe something.
Yeah. Okay. Look, if you solve this is a thing I've been thinking for like over 30 years. Like, I'll tip my hat to you, like, but I don't see it.
Yeah, you can't make time into existence, but it's just a way of using words to describe things. And I'm thinking, probably like Buster, it's all due to the cycle of the wave pattern. Now, wave pattern and stuff is what they call it, right? And they're relating it to a sine wave. Well, the sine wave is the cycle of the position around a circle, and that wave pattern is changed by amplitude and frequency. So there's two extra factors to go on top of the geometric circle and the relationship between the diameter and the circumference. It's like it's
the power.
It's the reason why I think it comes after geometry in the quadrivium, because you have to understand the circle and the diameter to be able to add in time to the geometry in order to explain the music.
The string reverberates.
I get that. I understand that. I'm with you 1,000%.
Well, you have to
Now,
put
okay,
you have
hold
to
on,
put
though,
a
hold on.
marker on the vibration.
I get all that. I agree with you, but relate that to an animal.
Well, what about a bird?
What about a bird?
They produce sounds. Every animal produces sounds.
And you're gonna tell me they use time, like they have a beat with them? But wait a minute. Oh, you got me there, because I seen a dancing cockatoo. Damn it! I seen that. I swear to God, I seen a dancing cockatoo,
Wasn't necessarily that,
and
but
it was like keeping beat. It
a
was
bird,
keeping beat.
a bird. There's, like I grew up. You had songbirds and you had just your regular birds. Like your regular birds was like, get them out of here. Songbirds, you didn't mess with. They just have an inherent thing to them that produces. I mean, and I don't know that it's like timing's involved, but they're reverberating something within their self at a frequency. It's just inherent.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. It's just the time thing that I just can't accept. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I don't mean to throw a spade in.
For you to say, like, I'm not. Time is. They're just markers. Like you've measured something. Are you going to say you didn't really measure it because those measurements are arbitrary?
Yeah, but you can't say an inch is a thing, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we're saying the same thing. That's why it's remarkable.
It's just intervals. It's just a time. Like that's what amazes me about like Pythagoras putting 3, 4, 5. How did they figure that out? Or the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. How was that figured out? I mean,
Certainly not by using time, in my opinion.
it's markers. They're just markers.
Yeah, somebody drew a circle and then drew a line and said, "Oh, wait a minute, man, look at this." Takes 3 of those plus I don't know, man. I don't know more than the next guy. Just my opinion.
I'm a musical guy, so time for me is timing. It's a set marker to know when to start over again.
I know it's the wrong guy to pick a time with, because time is everything for you. I know. I realize that. Trust me, I know what I'm up against.
No, not time is like the clock on the wall. Just it's a marker. It's just a marking place. Like
You could actually refer to it as counting instead of timing, right?
No, but you have to have a set interval to know when to return on itself.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a equal pace. Like it is timing. I mean, I can argue with for time as well. I mean, time, we use it all the time. Time.
We are in the moment. It's just a marking place. You can't have it. You can't have the old marker, and you can only anticipate the new one. But what you have is the one you're at, and the intervals between those is where you're at.
That's
and you
why
hope that somebody else gets in time with you.
And that's why you have. That's
timing
why
is everything.
You have to play through your mistakes, because otherwise you'd screw up the timing if you went back.
Yeah, you just try to get back on time. You try to get back on the right interval.
Exactly.
I try not to think of it as linear. I don't like to think of time as linear. I just like to think of it as an interval, and like I think this is where I'm at.
Circle.
It's a circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a circle?
Yeah, because it repeats itself, doesn't it? It's a cycle. Like the word cycle is a better thing, because even with a bicycle, that the speed of that rotation in time tells you how fast you're going there.
It will always return on itself over and over. Yeah.
Yeah, but time is one way if you guys, the way you're thinking of it,
Cyclical.
right?
Yeah, it's
It's
a
not
cycle.
cyclical, it's linear.
Yeah.
It's linear.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not within
Cyclical.
music.
I have to return back on itself. Like I have to count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It always returns on itself.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. As
1, 2,
as
3,
to
4, 1, 2,
music.
3, 4.
Yeah.
Everything.
Well, everything.
Not
Everything to do
everything.
with time. Yeah,
What?
everything
Like
to
what?
do with time. Every second returns back on itself to the next second. Every minute returns back on itself to the next minute. Hours, days, all of that. It's just ongoing. There is no end.
This
Exactly.
is the thing.
It's linear. It
No.
keeps going. It doesn't
Cyclical.
repeat.
You think of it as linear because that's what you're meant to think. Linear. It's a straight line time, but it's not. It's cyclical. It returns back on itself. We've put names to days of the week. We still return back to ourselves Monday to Monday, but it's really just day to day. Like Bev said, minute to minute. It returns back on itself. And you can put a marker on it and say, every time I count to 4, I'm going to return back on that.
You can return to a cycle, but you'll never return to that moment of time. I mean,
No.
come on, guys.
No, you can't.
No, that's true. Yeah.
But the circle and the cycle never changes.
Yeah, but time is linear. You cannot never return to that same time, that same instance, call it whatever you want.
No,
It's
the
not
cycle
cyclical.
starts at a different time again. Yeah.
It's never it never goes back on itself the way you're thinking of it. Maybe in music, like I said, I'm illiterate in music, so maybe in music it's different. But in reality, personally, I don't think it's that way. It's my opinion. Nothing. Time cannot return back on itself. That's just silly.
Yeah, not time. The cycle returns back on itself.
What cycle?
The cycle of you being able to time something.
All you've ever known, SC, all I have ever known is seeing time as a timeline, as linear. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think you only have, when I'm speaking, that moment's gone and that moment's gone. All I have is this is it.
Now.
Yeah.
That's
Now.
my whole point. Yeah.
Right.
It never returns to itself again.
What if you didn't age? How would we reflect on time if you didn't age? Because I think that's what most of it is based on.
I'm glad you said that. Yeah, a lot of people revert to that. And well, to that I say, you have so many heartbeats, assuming nothing else breaks a carburetor or whatever.
Yeah.
Time has nothing to do with the aging process.
No, but we look at time, I think, through the aging process.
Yeah, because we know we only have like 80 years and we're toast. That's why to us time is precious, right?
More precious every day, dude.
I hear that. I've had many of these discussions, so for many, many years.
And if we can't come to a conclusion, maybe we're not smart enough to come to a conclusion, or there is no conclusion. The question.
Oh, it's all right to have different opinions. I mean,
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love talking about the stuff.
For me, I've been.
They're just markers. Like you said, your heartbeat has a timing, and when it gets off time, something's not right because it's supposed to have a cyclical nature. It's doom doom. No, that's too fast. Doom 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 doom.
Yeah, I can't
Doom.
disagree with you on
Doom.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, all I know is within music, timing is cyclical. The reverberation is cycles.
I could not disagree with you on that. And even when we look at a clock, right, it appears cyclical because it just goes around and round and round. But
But you think of it as linear.
yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because this moment can never happen again, ever. There's nothing cyclical about it. It just keeps on going and going. That's the way I see it now. Where do you see a circle there? If we never have the same moment twice, which I'm sure we could all agree on, how could time be
Deja
cyclical?
vu.
Because you
Deja vu. Yeah.
Sure,
Where you
I've
feel
heard
you've
that
seen
somewhere
something.
before.
Yeah.
you try to do better than the last time.
Good one.
It's all about how you think of time. Me personally, I don't think time exists like spherical geometry. It doesn't actually exist, but it's needed for you to be able to explain the cycle of life.
Well, it's just a place marker, like I said before. And if people want to think of it as linear, then it is what it is. But for me, time is just a place marker. It's a thing to. It's like measurement. We say inches, they say centimeters. It's just whatever. Even in music, I can play something at 60 beats per minute, or I can play something at 82 beats per minute. It has a different feel.
Absolutely, bro. We have cymatic, we have all that stuff. I mean, there's no, you can't question that. It's what you think time is. That's the thing. It's that you think time is actually a substance, like
No,
a reality.
It's a concept.
It's a concept. Okay, we agree then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't physicalize time. Just a way to explain.
I wish we'd be able to manipulate it. I can use a few years in reverse.
It's just personal for you, though. Like
Yeah.
you're being selfish with your time there, thinking about it for you personally. Like Buster said, you can manipulate the time of a song, right? The timing changes it loads.
Mm-hmm. Changes the feel. It changes the. I mean, it's like the difference between a waltz and a line dance. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the
I
timing.
don't disagree with you on that. Absolutely not.
It's just a marker. It's like a measurement.
Yeah, play it in 3/4 time.
Right.
Oh, Captain. Yeah, so it's one of the concepts that we'll never be able to get away from, really. used to describe, and it's always going to come down to the rhetoric of how people can try and explain these things. And there's no better thing to explain time than music. You can explain it by days and weeks, months and years, but the real-time explanation of time would have to be music.
It's intricate. For me, it's a necessity, but I have seen other people play with it. I'll leave that for a different time, but yeah, it's just the difference between I need the chords to repeat. I need the cycle. So for me, if I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Or I could count it, in quarters, like the 4/4 timing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
And it's not just time, right? It's
just the intervals.
the like faster or slow. I don't know how to say it. Like the frequency, I guess.
Frequency is the
amount of
cycles
vibrations over time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to keep things as simple as possible. Like when you talk about frequency, that's different. Not different, but like a frequency of this string, that's E. That string is vibrating, and you can count those vibrations.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about using that E and then counting the intervals between the notes.
You know what I just thought of? Crazy thing. Listen to this. You know, they found old tribes like in the bush somewhere, right? Many times. Now, I'm wondering, would they have had any instruments? And would they have a concept of time? And would they be able to play their instruments without the concept of time?
That's why I always go back to the cyclical nature of time, because our seasons repeat on themselves. The constellations repeat on themselves. Sun repeats on itself. The moon has its own cycle, repeats on itself.
Yeah, they're all cycles, aren't they?
That's definitely cycles. There's no question about if you're talking about the lights in the sky, absolutely.
But you've derived a sense of time with your clock based off those cycles.
Yeah, man-made.
And now you think
thing.
of it as linear.
Yeah, it's a man-made concept. It's not we think of it, it is linear. There's no way around that. You can't have the same moment. There's no question about that. It doesn't come back on itself ever. It keeps going forward and never backwards. That's not debatable, bro.
But it always cycles.
Where? How? How do you cycle back? Okay, so you're telling me you're going to go back to year one eventually?
The seasons cycle.
That's seasons, bro.
They're cyclical.
That's seasons. They're never the same, though, are they?
Stars
it's never the same moment of rain. It's never the same fall. It's never the same amount of rain. It's always different.
But you always get fall in a cyclical nature.
Yeah, okay.
And you've taken a man-made construct of intervals and you see it as linear.
No, but there's never the same moment again, bro. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. You can't have the same time, same moment of time ever repeat itself. So it cannot be circular. It has to be forward. It has to be linear.
Just because your body ages.
No, because you can't have the same moment again.
I can't ever play the same note the same way again. It's always going to be a little bit different, but I can always cycle back to that same note.
Yeah, with notes, I can't argue with you on notes. I'm talking about time now.
What about season? That's what I'm saying is the seasons. They're cyclical. You always get a summer. You always get spring. Or spring, summer, fall, winter. Spring, summer, fall, winter. The sun always rises, it always sets. Rises, sets, rises, sets. The moon waxes and wanes. Always same.
Yeah, I've always said it's a gear system in the sky.
Cyclical.
But what is that? Yeah, that is. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on that. But that's not time. That's what man chose to represent as time, movement. But that doesn't mean that's time. And because that's cyclical, that doesn't mean time is cyclical. It just means man used that cyclical cycle, what they saw, to reference time, bro. And now they use an atomic clock. Are you going to tell me time is the vibration of those things moving back and forth?
No, it's the interval.
The intervals, yeah. So is it cyclical, or is it linear, or is it cyclical? It's a fascinating topic. Let's be honest.
I say cyclical just because you just like it's intervals to return on themselves. That's me though. That's just like
yeah. Look. No
it.
worries. We'll agree to disagree on this one, bro. We can't agree on everything.
I just can't see it as linear.
I just can't see it as cyclical.
That's why I'm hoping this conversation will carry on at some other point in time. Pun intended.
Absolutely.
No, I would love to do this again. Yeah,
I have my own thoughts on the equal temperament, and I will reserve them for when I have a better explanation. Or not explanation, description.
Accepted and agreed.
Yeah.
Peace. Let's smoke the peace pipe.
I see cyclical. It's just because my body ages. I still can't see it as linear.
Everybody goes to that.
Everything repeats. It's always
cycles. Except you're gonna die one day, bro. Think about it.
Yeah, it's still gonna
it doesn't
go on.
Repeat.
That doesn't
you
stop
don't
time.
Repeat.
Doesn't bring time to an end.
No, but he's equating his body to cyclical, and I'm telling him that's not a good equation because you're.
No, I'm saying that most people use the aging process of your body towards the linear thought.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I misunderstood you.
I'm saying like I experience the same summers, winters. Now, like the moments may be different, but I can play a different song in the same timing. I'm going to experience the timing. Like I could play something in 4/4 at 92 beats per minute, but I could play different chords. Like the timing's the same, the time signature's the same, but the chords are different. So like just like in nature, like you're going to experience the same cyclical nature, but just different moments, different notes, different.
I see how you're thinking it, bro. I really do. I really see how you're thinking it.
But just because my body ages doesn't mean it's linear. It's just like cyclical. I mean, I don't know. That's just, I've been on that. I've been waiting for this.
Oh, I can't wait. This will be fascinating for me. Absolutely. This is what brought me into this. Time. This is what brought me into this arena.
I get it. I guess it kind of did me too. You know, I heard somebody talking about it a while back, and it made me think. You know, and it gave me like a. I related it to music. You know, some people would say nature or whatever, but for me, it was music. It's cyclical. You know. Anyway, but
I hear you, brother. I hear you. So what time is it? Shoot myself in the foot, why don't I? No, I could joke about it, man, because really, does anybody know? Like, think about it.
Yeah, time's just something that we use to try and explain things, and
markers.
it's not a real thing, is it?
Mm-mm.
Well, then we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
But I could change the timing of my song, and it would give you a different experience, just because I've changed the intervals.
The timing. You change the timing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you ever think you can play the same song exactly twice?
Oh no, that's why we have recordings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what I love about it. I always want to play the same song, and I hope that it's a little bit different or something different comes out of it.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that, right? Because you know it will.
Yeah.
That's kind of like how I think of time, right? Each and every single instant, like think of it as a picture, right? Each one of those, because like I said, I've been looking time for a long, long time. So there's what's called linear, like what do they call it? Linear time, where time just moves constantly, like a clock, right? And then there's the other clock that goes click, 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 right? That's another form of time. I forgot what they call that one. It's like click, stop, click, click, and then there's the continuous motion. It's like crazy. Yeah. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, when you go down to the essence of the root of it, of everybody's explanation that I've ever heard up until today, it's all has to do with movement. Like
Yeah,
motion.
motion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, as in with the cycle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, even clocks and stuff. It's the motion of the hand around a circle.
Yep. Yeah. But with modern clocks, it's the vibration of an atom, they tell us.
This
They
seems
they
like this
didn't change it, did they? Let's face that, right? That's just the way they choose to explain it because it's more convenient for them. Didn't change
Yep.
time in any way.
this feels like squaring the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's for me it's like it's almost as where did we come from in the importance of things, right? In the beginning, there was time, right? Or some people think time was always here. Some people think time will always be here, will never leave. Well, there was time before the universe, and it's like, what?
Hmm. Interesting though, and it's considering we didn't get a chance to talk about like the flat Earth and his arguments, his formulation of an argument.
Oh, he did like a new video or something.
No, his mic's been. We'll have to go over it tomorrow.
Oh,
Mike's been furthering the progressions of our argument. Yeah, they're trying to do that argument thing.
Mike can fight the tight shirt.
Yeah, just in comments, you know.
Oh,
But I mean, he's trying to start this idea of making they're going to have to fight against the argument somehow, and who better to lead the way in globe argument formulation than the guy that's fighting the people that he doesn't like. Right, I think we'll end it here for tonight. It's been great. I haven't had much to say because this is music. But I will say this again: if anybody wants to get involved in this, thinks they've got anything to add to any of this stuff, come in and have a conversation with us.
especially time. I would love any opinion. Yeah, that's my thing, big time.
Well, most of us are on about the geometry and trying to. Would it be right, Buster, to say we're trying to understand why Pythagorean was taken out? Why they changed it?
I think that'd be fair.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I do lean one way. That's just me. But for a reason, and I'll leave it for another time. But yeah, why he did what he did, and why what we have is what we have today, as far as the music goes.
Or why they say he did what he did, and why they changed it from that to what we have today. Is good enough good enough? Or are we striving for perfection? And was that perfection that we did have, and did we lose perfection to gain an ease of this cycle? An imperfect cycle. Who knows? We'll try and find out in the next
installment.
Yeah. Coming soon. A load of guys just trying to work shit out. Thanks for watching, listening, doing whatever. Come and join us tomorrow. We'll try and get round to Fight the Flat Earth and the formulation of an argument. See if we can. See if we can get off this music thing. Everybody's on this. Big time. Everybody that I know, anybody. Once we've had this conversation, people are thinking about it. So, yeah. Thanks for listening. Join us tomorrow. Buster's playing us out.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't. can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for, then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.